Hey there, HackerFrogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we are HackerFrogs. All right, so today we're gonna have a bunch of different activities on the stream today. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to cover the Advent of Cyber event, day 3, and then we're going to be doing some hacking, a hacking walkthrough that is. So let's see, is my music going? Okay, the music's going. Alright, so today we're going to be doing Advent of Cyber 2024, day 3, and then we're going to do day 4 after we do the VulNyx challenge. And for today's VulNyx challenge, we have the plot machine. So we're going to be doing a walkthrough of VulNyx Plot as the second activity of the day, and then we're going to be doing more TryHackMe Advent of Cyber, day 4, which is today. And that's going to be the third piece of content for today. And we're going to finish everything out with some hacking over at HackMyVM.eu. So we can take a look at that over at HackMyVM.eu over here. And of course we have to log in. So the machine that we're going to be doing today is going to be the TriplAdvisor machine. Let's TriplAdvisor, this one right here. So this is a Windows box. We've been on a bit of a Windows kick as of late, and I'm slowly learning how to hack against Windows systems as opposed to all of the Linux systems that we've been hacking against in the past. So it takes a little bit of a different mindset to hack against Windows systems. That's going to be the final activity of today's stream. But let's get on to the first activity of today's stream, which is going to be Advent of Cyber Day 3. Alright, so let's begin. So this task is going to be... This is a guided walkthrough of the Task 9 Day 3 activity over at TryHackMe.com, and you can access it from here. Just click on Task 9, and then we're going to, well, I'm going to read out everything that's going on, just so that we can have a little bit of a better understanding as to how to solve the task. So there's a bit of a storyline going on with these tasks, but I'll do my best to put on a dramatic flair for this. So it says, today's AOC challenge follows a rather unfortunate series of events for the glitch. Here's a little passage which sets the scene for today's task. So late one Christmas evening, the glitch had a feeling, something forgotten as he stared at the ceiling. He got up out of bed and decided to check. A note on his wall, 2 days in snow sec. With a click and a type, he got his hotel and tickets and sank off to sleep to the sound of some crickets. Luggage in hand, he had arrived at Frosty Pines. To get to the conference, just follow the signs. Just as he was ready, the glitch got a fright, an RCE vulnerability on the website. He exploited it quick and made a report, but before he could send, arrived his transport. In the Frosty Pines SOC, they saw an alert. This looked quite bad. They called an expert. The request came from a room, but they couldn't tell which. The log saved the day. It was the room of the glitch. Okay, so what are we doing in this task? In this task, we will cover how the SOC team and their expert were able to find out what happened, Operation Blue, and how the glitch was able to gain access to the website in the first place, Operation Red. Let's get started, shall we? Alright, so what are today's learning objectives? First, we're going to learn about log analysis and tools like ELK. We're going to learn about ELK, about KQL, and how it can be used to investigate logs using ELK. And we're going to learn about RCE, remote code execution, and how this can be done via insecure file upload. So here we're going to be connecting to our machine. We've got a green button over here that we need to press to start our machine associated with today's task, and we also have to start the attack box today in order to interact with the machine that we just started. So we're going to go up to the top of the screen, and then we're going to click on this Start Attack Box button over here. After that, we're going to see our screen split into two panes, with the attack box initializing in the right-hand portion of the web browser pane. So we're just going to wait for this to initialize, but in the meantime, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be reading about what we're going to be doing today. So this is task 9, day 3. Let's go through some of the details. Okay, so we're talking about Operation Blue. In this section of the lesson, we will take a look at what tools and knowledge is required for the blue segment. That is the investigation of the attack itself using tools which enable us to analyze the logs. For the first part of Operation Blue, we will demonstrate how to use ELK to analyze the logs of the demonstration web app, WhereVul Rails. Feel free to follow along for practice. Log analysis and introducing ELK. Log analysis is crucial to blue teaming work, as you have likely discovered through this year's Advent of Cyber. Analyzing logs can quickly become overwhelming, especially if you have multiple devices and services. ELK, or Elasticsearch Logstash in Kibana, combine data analytics and processing tools to make analyzing logs much more manageable. ELK forms a dedicated stack that can aggregate logs from multiple sources into one central place. Explaining how ELK collates and processes these logs is out of scope of today's task. However, if you want to learn more, you can check out Investigating with ELK 101 room over here. For now, it's important to note that multiple processes behind the scenes achieve this. In the first part of today's task is to investigate the attack on Frosty Pine Resort's hotel management system to see what it looks like to a blue teamer. You will then test your web app skills by recreating the attack. So we're talking about using ELK. Upon loading the URL over here within your attack box's browser, you'll be greeted with the ELK homepage. So let's do that. So over at the attack box over here, we're going to click into the terminal and hit enter to dismiss this terminal screen. And then we're going to start up the attack box's browser. So the attack box browser is Firefox. We can access it with this button over here or this button over here. So let's try hitting this button over here to start up the browser. So it says, for today's task, we will use Kibana's Discover interface to review Apache 2 logs. To access this, simply click on the three lines located at the top left of the page to open out the slide-out tray. Under the Analytics heading, click on Discover. So what we need to do is we need to copy this URL here, and then go over to the browser tab over to the attack box browser. Click into it. To make sure everything is highlighted here, then use the paste shortcut to paste in. Oh, it looks like we can't paste in directly. Okay, that means what we're going to do is we're going to use this button over here to open up the control bar, and inside the control bar we can click on the clipboard here. After that, we're going to highlight everything in the clipboard and then paste over it. Okay, looks like we have to copy this link and then paste over. Okay, so this is the IP address of the virtual machine that we need to interact with, and the target port as well. Okay, after we've pasted this in, we're going to click on this button over here to hide the control bar, and then in the web browser, in the attack box over here, we're going to paste in the IP address and port and hit enter, and that's going to load up Elastic. So Elastic is just going to take a few minutes, a couple of moments to load, and it's going to say that configuration missing, there's some sort of warning. We're just going to get out of this, okay? And then what we're going to do is we're going to use Kibana's Discover interface to review the logs. So there's this button over here, which looks like three lines. We're going to click on that, and then we're going to click on the Discover button over here, and that's going to bring up our logs. So it says here, under the Analytics heading, click on Discover. We just did that. And it says, we will need to select the collection that is relevant to us. A collection is a group of logs. For this stage of Operation Blue, we will be reviewing the logs present within the Whereville Rails collection. To select this collection, click on the drop-down on the left of the display. Okay, so we need to select Whereville Rails over here. So in here, I think we can click on this button over here, this gray one, and we can select Whereville Rails from this menu. Okay. And the reason we don't see anything is because we haven't selected a time frame. So the next thing we're going to do is select a time frame. Once you've done this, we will be greeted with a screen saying no results match your search criteria. This is because no logs have been ingested within the last 15 minutes. Do not panic. We will discuss how to change this shortly. So to change the date and time, click the text located to the right of the box that has the calendar icon. Select Absolute from the drop-down, where you can now select the start date and time. Next, click on the text on the right side of the arrow 2, and repeat this process for the end date and time. So we need to select a start date and time and an end date and time for the logs. So for the Whereville Rails collection, we will need to set the start time to October 1st, 2024, the beginning of the day, and the end time to October 1st, 2330, which is 11:30 p.m. Alright, so let's do that. So over here, inside the calendar box over here, we're going to select the start. So the start is this portion and the end is this portion. So the start is going to be absolute, so we need to click on this button here. And then we need to select October 1st. So from here, we're going to select October 1st. And we need to select the beginning of the day. So we're going to scroll all the way back in here and select 0000. Okay, so after that's done, we're going to select the end date, which is over here. So click into that, select Absolute again, and it's going to be October 1st again. But this time, we're going to go to the end of the day, and the end of the day is going to be 2330 over here. So just select that. And after that, we can update our logs by clicking on this blue button over here. So go ahead and click on the blue button. And we're going to see that we have 811 hits. Okay. So now that we can see some entries, let's go over the basics of Kibana Discover UI. So we've got a bunch of stuff over here, and so they talk about the search bar where we can place our search queries using KQL. So that is number 1. Number 1 is this section up here, over here, right here, this bar. Okay. Number 2 is index pattern. An index pattern is a collection of logs. This can be from a specific host or, for example, multiple hosts with a similar purpose, such as multiple web servers. In this case, the index pattern is all logs relating to Whereville Rails. So that is section number 2, which is over here. This is section number 2. Okay. So number 3 is fields. This pane shows us the fields that Elasticsearch has parsed from the logs. For example, timestamp, response type, and IP address. That is number 3. So number 3 doesn't appear. This section doesn't appear over here, but it would be over. I do believe it would be here. It's right here. So because we're in this kind of squished view, we can't quite see it. Okay, number 4 is timeline. This visualization displays the event counter over a period of time. So that is section number 4, and section of number 4 is located right over here. So this is the timeline. Okay. Number 5, documents, logs. These entries are the specific entries of the log file. That is section number 5, and I believe section number 5 is right over here. This is these are the logs. And number 6 is the time filter. We can use this to narrow down a specific time frame, absolute. Alternatively, we can search for logs based on relativity, for example, the last 7 days. So that is section number 6, and section number 6 is located up over here. This is the time log over here. Okay, so let's move on to the KQL, or Kibana Query Language. It's an easy-to-use language that can be used to search documents for values. For example, querying if a value within a field exists or matches a value. If you're familiar with Splunk, you may be thinking of SPL, or Search Processing Language. For example, the query to search all documents for an IP address may look like this: IP address 10.10.10.10. So we can actually copy this. So we can do IP.address, and then it's going to be 10.10.10.10. But of course, this doesn't really match anything, but we can hit enter. And it's going to show us that no result matches your search criteria. Okay, that's fine. What we can do is we can delete this and then hit enter again. And then we're going to get all of our results back over here. All right. So alternatively, Kibana also allows using Lucerne Query, an advanced language that supports features such as fuzzy terms, searches for terms that are similar to the one provided, regular expressions, etc. For today's task, you will stick to using KQL, which has been enabled by default. The table below contains a mini cheat sheet for KQL syntax that you may find helpful in today's task. So they've got a bunch of different query terms that we can use, such as strings and wildcards, and we can also use different operators like or, and we can also specify this to look for a specific value. Okay. Next, let's talk about investigating a web attack with ELK. So in our scenario, thanks to our extensive intrusion detecting capabilities, our systems alerted the SOC team to a web shell being uploaded to the Wareville Rails booking platform on October 1st, 2024. Our task is to review the web server logs to determine how the attacker achieved this. If you would like to follow along, ensure that you have Wareville Rails collection selected like so. Okay, so it's Wareville Rails, Wareville Rails. Okay, looks like we're changing our terms over here. So to investigate this scenario, let's change the time filter to show events for the day of the attack, setting the start date and time to October 1st, and set the end date and time to October 2nd. Okay, so we need to change the time frame. So what we're going to do is we're going to go up and we're going to change the end time frame. So this one over here, we're going to click on it, and then we're going to select October 2nd. So it's going to be October 2nd at the beginning of the day, which is all the way up at the top here. And so we're just going to select that, and then we're going to update with this button over here. Okay, and now we have it looks like it's the same amount of hits. That was unexpected. Okay, but that's fine. All right, so you will see the logs have now populated within the display. Please note that the quantity of hits in the task may differ from the amount in the practical VM. Okay. An incredibly beneficial feature of ELK is that we can filter out noise. A web server, especially a popular one, will likely have a large number of logs from the user traffic completely unrelated to the attack. Using the field panes on the left, we can click on the plus and minus icons next to the field to show that we show only the value or to remove it from the display respectively. Fun fact, clicking on these filters is actually just applying the relevant KQL syntax. So note that in the GIF below that the logs are being filtered to only show logs containing the IP address 10.13.27.115. Okay, so reducing the count from this many to this many hits. we can combine filtering multiple fields in or out to drill down specifically into the logs. Okay. To remove the applied filters, simply click on the X alongside the filter just below the search bar. Okay. So if we ever have a filter, we can get rid of the filter by clicking on the X. So in this investigation, let's look at the activity of the IP address 10.9.98.230. We can click on the client IP field to see which IPs have the most values. Okay, so inside of the Kibana over here, we're going to go up to the top, and we're going to add. So let's see. I think we need to. Oh no, we need to supply some fields. Okay, so click into fields, and in the fields list we're going to look for client IP. So just click in here, type client, and there's going to be a couple of fields over here. Client IP. Okay, so we can just get rid of this stuff over here. Configuration missing. Okay, so filter by type. You know what? I previously worked with this in the large view, so I'm going to switch out to a large view, just because this cramped view is getting in my way. So I'm just going to click on this button right over here, which is called View in Full Screen. So just go ahead and click on that. And this is going to start up the attack box in its own browser tab, which means that we can expand our browser window. So we're just going to maximize this. Okay, so now we can filter by type over here, and we're looking for client IP, which is this button over here. So I'm just going to click on that. It says top 5 values. I think this is the one we're looking for, 10, 13, 27, 115. But let me check for sure. Okay, so we're looking for 10, 9, 98, 20, 30. 10, 9, 98, 20, 30. Okay, let's look for that. 10, 9, 98, 20, 30, this one over here. We're going to filter on this. Okay, so now we've created a filter for this. Great. All right. So what do we need to do next? So using the timeline at the top, we can see a lot of activity from this IP address took place between 11:30 and 11:35. This would be a good place to begin our analysis. Okay, so 11:30 and 11:35. Each log can be extended by using the icon located to the left of the log document. Fortunately, the logs are pretty small in this instance, so we can browse through them to look for anything untoward. Okay, so let's go back. And in here, I think... there are quite a few of these over here. And... so I think 11:30... I think we're supposed to look at 11:30. Right, it says here, took place between 11:30 and 11:35. This would be a good place to begin our analysis. Okay, so over here, so this is 11 and 11:30, right? So let's click over here. Okay. So after some digging, a few logs stand out. Looking at the request field, we can see that a file named shell.php has been accessed, with a few parameters C and D containing commands. These are likely to be command inputs into some sort of web shell. Okay, so we can actually look for documents that contain this shell.php. So Now that we have an initial lead, let's use a search query to find all logs that contain shell.php. Using the search bar at the top, the query message shell.php will search for all the entries of shell.php in the message field of the logs. So we can actually copy this. So we're just going to copy message shell.php, then go over to our browser, and here in the search we can paste in the message. Okay, we cannot paste in the message. Hold on. Okay, so we have to go to the button one more time, and inside the clipboard here, we're going to highlight what's already in the clipboard, paste in our own value. Oh, okay. We're going to copy message.shell.php over here again, and then we're going to go back. And in here, in the clipboard here, we're going to highlight this, paste it in. Okay. We're going to close this out, and then we're going to put this in the search bar over here. So the search bar is located over here. It looks like a diskette. Paste in message shell.php, and what this is going to do is it's going to filter out all the messages that do not have message shell.php. It says no results match your search criteria. Okay. So this should be Wareville Rails, correct? Okay. Oh, maybe it's not in this client IP over here. I'm going to remove this filter by clicking on this button. And okay, so because we've removed the filter, now we can see shell.php in here. Okay, great. So all of these logs have the shell.php inside the message in these logs. All right. Okay. So it says here, Operation Red. In this section, we will take a look at the red aspect. In other words, the attack itself and how it was carried out. So it says here, why do websites allow file uploads? So file uploads are everywhere on websites, and for good reason. Users need to upload files like profile pictures, invoices, or other documents to update their accounts, send receipts, or submit claims. These features make the user experience smoother and more efficient. But while this is convenient, it also creates a risk if file uploads aren't properly handled. If not properly secured, this feature can open up various vulnerability attackers can exploit. So, file upload vulnerabilities. File upload vulnerabilities occur when a website doesn't properly handle the files that users upload. If the site doesn't check what kind of file is being uploaded, how big it is, or what it contains, it opens the door to all sorts of attacks. For example, RCE. Uploading a script that the server runs gives the attacker control over it. Or XSS. Uploading an HTML file that contains an XSS code which will steal a cookie and send it back to the attacker's server. These can happen if a site doesn't properly secure its file upload functionality. Why unrestricted file uploads are dangerous. Unrestricted file uploads can be particularly dangerous because they allow an attacker to upload any type of file. If the file's contents aren't properly validated to ensure only specific formats, like PNG or JPEG are accepted, an attacker could upload a malicious script, such as a PHP file or an executable, that the server might process and run. This can lead to code execution on the server, allowing attackers to take over the system. Examples of abuse through unrestricted file uploads include uploading a script that the server executes, leading to RCE, uploading a crafted image file that triggers a vulnerability when processed by the server, or uploading a web shell and browsing to it directly using a browser. Usage of weak credentials. One of the easiest ways for attackers to break into systems is through weak or default credentials. This can be an open door for attackers to gain unauthorized access. Default credentials are often found in systems where administrators fail to change initial login details provided during setup. For attackers, trying a few common usernames and passwords can lead to easy access. Below are some examples of weak default credentials that attackers might try. So we've got our usernames and passwords, admin, admin, administrator, administrator, admin at domain name, admin, guest, guest. So these are default credentials and they should be changed as soon as possible. Attackers can use tools or try common credentials manually, which is often all it takes to break into the system. So what is this remote code execution, otherwise known as RCE? Remote code execution happens when an attacker finds a way to run their own code on a system. This is a highly dangerous vulnerability because it can allow the attacker to take control of the system, exfiltrate sensitive data, or compromise other connected systems. And what is a web shell? So a web shell is a script that attackers upload to a vulnerable server, giving them remote control over it. Once a web shell is in place, attackers can run commands, manipulate files, and essentially use the compromised server as their own. They can even use it to launch attacks on other systems. For example, attackers can use a web shell to execute commands on the server, move laterally within the network, or download sensitive data or pivot to other services. A web shell typically gives the attacker a web-based interface to run commands. Still, in some cases, attackers may use a reverse shell to establish a direct connection back to their system, allowing them to control the compromised machine remotely. Once an attacker has this level of access, they might attempt privilege escalation to gain even more control, such as achieving root access or moving deeper into the network. So now that we're familiar with remote code execution vulnerability and how it works, let's take a look at how we would exploit it. Practice makes perfect. To understand how a file upload vulnerability can result in RCE, the best approach is to get some hands-on experience with it. A handy and ethical way to do this is to find and download a reputable open source web application which has this vulnerability built into it. Many open source projects exist in places like GitHub, which can be run in your own environment to experiment and practice. In today's task, we will demonstrate achieving RCE via unrestricted file upload within an open source railway management system, which has this vulnerability built into it. So we're talking about exploiting RCE via file upload. Now we're going to go through how this vulnerability can be exploited. For now, you can just read along, but an opportunity to put this knowledge into practice is coming up. Once an RCE vulnerability has been identified that can be exploited via file upload, we now need to create a malicious file that will allow remote code execution when uploaded. Below is an example PHP file that could be uploaded to exploit this vulnerability. Using your favorite text editor, copy and paste the code below and save it as shell.php. Okay, so we have here a bunch of PHP code. So the PHP code is actually inside of some HTML code, and what we can do is we can copy it, and then we can go over to our attack box. And in the attack box, we're going to minimize our window, and we're going to paste in the code because we need to go over to this button over here and put the code in our clipboard. So in the clipboard, we're going to get rid of what's already there and then paste in the code. And after the code is pasted in, we're going to click on this button to hide the control bar. Then we're going to start up a terminal. So we can access the terminal with this button right here or this button right here. We're just going to use this button at the top, and that's going to open up a terminal window in our attack box. So we're going to make this a little bit bigger so that it's easier to see, and I'm going to create a file called shell.php, and I'm going to use the nano text editor to do that. So it's nano space shell.php, and then hit enter. Okay, so inside of this nano text editor here, I'm going to paste in the code that we got from the THM website, and let's see what this is actually doing. So most of the page over here is just a HTML wrapper, which looks like a regular web page, but we have this PHP section over here, and the PHP section is going to allow us to run commands on the system. So This section over here is going to establish a URL parameter, which is called command. So through the command URL parameter, it's going to run this function over here, which is called system. So system is a PHP function which runs OS system commands and then gets the results, and it's going to return them to the web interface through this URL parameter over here called command. So we're going to demonstrate how this works a little later, but we're going to save this file first. Thank you very much for following ISDev. Thank you very much. You are now a HackerFrog. Okay, so we're going to save out this file by doing Control-X, save modified buffer, press Y for yes, and then hit enter to save this file as shell.php. So just in case you were wondering, inside of the terminal, we're currently in the root directory. And if we look at the root directory's contents, we'll see that the shell.php file is in here. So we're going to be using this in a little bit, but let's go back to the TryHackMe page. So it says here, Mulgars, hello, what challenge are you working on today? So we're working on 4 different challenges today. First we're doing TryHackMe Advent of Cyber Day 3, and then we're going to be doing, so Advent of Cyber Day 3 is what we're doing right now. Afterwards we're going to be doing a walkthrough for the VulNyx Plot machine, and then after that we're going to go back to TryHackMe and do Advent of Cyber Day 4, and then we're going to finish off the day by doing the TryHackMe TriplAdvisor challenge. So let me get the links for that. So if you want to try your hand at doing this machine as well, you can go ahead and download either that one, that's the TryHackMe, that's the HackMyVM machine, and you can take a look at the VulNyx machine over here if you want to join in the fun. But otherwise, we're just going to finish off this challenge over here from TryHackMe Advent of Cyber. Okay, so in the above script, when accessed, displays an input field. Whatever is entered in the input field is then run against the underlying operating system using the system PHP function, and the output is displayed to the user. This is the perfect file to upload to a vulnerable Rails system reservation application. The vulnerability is surrounding the upload of a new profile image. So to exploit it, we would navigate to the profile picture page, and instead of a new profile picture, we can upload our malicious PHP script and update our profile. So in the case of this application, the RCE is possible through unrestricted file upload. Once this profile picture is uploaded and updated, it is stored in the admin assets image profile directory. This file can then be accessed directly via this file path right here, and when this is accessed, we can then see the malicious code in action. Okay? Now we can run commands directly against the operating system using this bar, and the output will be displayed. For example, running the command pwd now returns the following. Okay? And then we get the present working directory for the application over here. Alright, so making the most of it. Once the vulnerability has been exploited, and now you have access to the operating system via web shell, there are many steps you could take depending on A, what your goal is, and B, what misconfigurations are present on the system, which will determine exactly what we can do. Here are some examples of commands you could run once you have gained access and why you might run them. If the system is running on the Linux OS, like our target example system. So here are some different Linux commands that we could run using the web shell to get more information on the target. For example, ls, cat, pwd, who am I, hostname. So we won't go through all of these different commands because there's a lot of them, and we'd like to save a bit of time. But if you'd like to take a look at yourself, then you are certainly free to do so. These are just some commands that can be run following a successful RCE exploit. It's very open-ended, and what you can do will rely on your abilities to inspect an environment and vulnerabilities in the system itself. So let's move on to our practical challenge of the day. Your task today is twofold. First, you must access Kibana on this port over here to investigate the attack and answer the blue questions below. Then you will proceed to the Frosty Pines Resorts website at this domain over here and recreate the attack to answer the red questions and inform the developers what element of the website was vulnerable. Please note, to access http frostypines.thm, you will need to reference it within your host's file. On the attack box, this can be done by executing the following command in the terminal: echo this IP address here, frostypines.thm, and pipe that and redirect the output to the etc host file. Okay, so let's do that. So we're just going to copy the command here, copy the complete command, and then we're going to go over to our attack box. In the attack box, we're going to need to open up the clipboard again and paste in the command, and then close the clipboard again. Then inside the terminal here, we can paste in the command, and this is going to add this domain right here, frostypines.thm, and associate it with this IP address in our etc host file. This is going to let us resolve this this domain name. So go ahead and hit enter after you've pasted in this command, and then we're going to go back and see what else the TryHackMe page wants us to do. Okay. So what we can do, well, actually, first of all, let's do a quick command to make sure that we can communicate with this domain. So we're just going to ping this frostypines.thm domain and make sure that we can contact it. Okay, so we are receiving ping packets back from frostypines.thm, which means that we've successfully added this this entry to our etc host file. Okay, all right, so let's go back. Okay, to review the logs of the attack on Frosty Pines Resorts, make sure you select the Frosty Pines Resorts collection within ELK, such as the below. So we need to go over to this portion in the elastic interface and select Frosty Pine Resorts. So let's do that. So over at the attack box, go back to the Firefox web browser, and then this button over here. Mulgar says, are you going to do the advanced part of the Advent Challenge too? I don't think I have enough time to cover the advanced part of the Advent Challenge, and I don't think the TryHackMe people don't want the advanced part of the Advent Challenge to be streamed, or I don't think they want people to document this stuff until the event is over. So the event is going to be over. The event is going to be over on, I think it's going to be January. It's going to be early January. So if I wanted to take a look at the advanced part of the challenge, and I'm not sure if I can actually do it because it's kind of advanced stuff, and I'm not really that good of a hacker. But yeah, I don't think I can stream it. So yeah, I'm not gonna be tackling it. But anyways. Alright, so what we need to do is we need to change our collection. So we're just going to click on Wareville Rails here, and we're going to select Frosty Pine Resorts instead. So just select that. And what we need to do is we also need to change up our timeline. So what time do they want? So the date and time you will need to use when reviewing the logs is between 11:30 and 12 on October 3rd. Okay. 11:30 and 12. Let's go over here. So October 3rd, the timeline is right here. So we need to change these two timelines. So it's going to be October 3rd, and I think it's 11:30. So we're going to set this to 11:30 and 12. So in this section here, we're going to set October 3rd, and we're going to set this to 12 p.m. And then we're going to click on Update. Okay, so we've got 13 hits. We do not have very many logs to deal with here. Great. Okay, what's next? So remember to access the Frosty Pines Resorts website. You will need to reference it in your host file. On the attack box, you can do this by using this command. So we've already done this, and we're going to answer these questions right here. So the blue question here is, where was the web shell uploaded to? So we're going to look for directories, so 3 different directories, and then filename.php. So we know that the web shell has the name shell.php, so we can actually search for that. Alright, so we're going to go back here, and we're going to search for message shell.php. I think this has already been applied. Okay, that's great. So we're looking for the file path. So inside the logs here, we see that the file path is media image rooms shell.php. So this is the answer we're looking for. So can we copy this? So I'm going to try to copy this, and then I'm going to look at my clipboard. Yeah, so in the clipboard here, we're going to need to copy this in order to put it on the website. So we're just going to copy this over here, media image rooms shell.php. We're going to close the clipboard. We're going to go back to the THM website, and we're going to paste in the answer and then click on submit. Okay, your answer is correct. And the last question for the blue section is, what IP address accessed the web shell? What IP address accessed the web shell? All right, so let's take a look. Let's go back and let's take a look at the IP addresses. So I think what we can do is inside the field names here, in the field names there's the client IP. So we're just going to click on client IP. Actually, no. We're going to press this plus button here on client IP to add the field as a column. Okay, so we only have 2 options here. We've got this IP address right here, but we have a bunch of different communication with this IP address right here, 10.11.83.34. So if we open up one of these, and we can open up one of these logs by clicking on this button here, the arrow button, we can see here that there are commands over here in the web shell provided via the command URL parameter. So we've got ls, this is a Linux command, and we also have echo glitch.txt. So this is obviously the user that is accessing the web shell. So we know that the client IP is 10.11.83.34, 10.11.83.34. So let's 10.11.83.34. And we're going to provide this as the answer. We're going to click on submit, and that is correct. That is the correct answer. Okay. All right. So we have one task from the red portion over here. What is the contents of the flag.txt file? All right. So in order to do this, we need to recreate the attack. And to recreate the attack, we need to visit the frostypines.thm website. So over in our attack box, we're going to create another tab. Cybernerd Dante says, "Hey Shyhat, hello Cybernerd Dante. Hope you're having a good time." And we're just doing we're just completing the exercise from day 3 of Advent of Cyber over here. We're going to upload a web shell and get a flag. So we need to go to http frostypines.thm. Okay. And so we've got this interface here, and so we've got a bit of a cheat code, because we can actually go back to the logs over here, and we can see where the web shell was uploaded to. So The shell was uploaded to media image rooms shell.php on the Frosty Pines website. But I think what we need to do is we need to find some way to upload a file, because we're talking about malicious file upload. So let's go back. So over here, we've got our account, and I think we're going to try to log in. So we're trying to log in. Previously, they were talking about default credentials. So if we go over here, and we search back up to the default credentials they were talking about over here, usage of weak credentials. So we've got admin, we've got administrator admin, we've got admin at domain name, and I think this is what they're looking for in this case. So admin at domain name, I think that's the format we're looking at. So over here, so enter your email. You have to log into an account, you have to enter an email address and a password. So it's going to be admin at the domain. So the domain in this case is frostypines.thm. So it's going to be admin at frostypines.thm, and the password is going to be admin. And then we're going to click on login. Okay, and we're now logged into the website as the admin user. Okay, so next, what we're going to do is we're going to try to use some admin features on this website. So admin, okay, so we're logged in as the admin. So let's take a look at the rooms over here. Okay, so we've got some rooms, and I think what we need to do is we need to access the admin panel. So on a lot of websites, the admin panel is accessed from the admin endpoint. So I'm going to go over to not index.html. We're going to go to the admin directory by, okay, file not found. So where is the, let me go back. Oh, you know what? The reason why that didn't work was because I was using the wrong address bar. Okay, so I was using my actual web browser web bar address bar instead of the one inside the browser. So inside the attack box. So the one inside the attack box, it's important to get that right. There's this URL bar, and then there's this URL bar, which is for the attack box. Okay, so inside of here, frostypines.thm, I'm going to go to the admin endpoint there. And this is the admin endpoint that lets us do some admin actions. I think we can, so what we can do here is we can add a new room. So we're just going to use this function, and it lets us add rooms to the reservation application over here. So the room name over here, we're going to set this to HackerFrogs, like and subscribe. Okay, and we're going to add a image to the room as well. So this is where the unrestricted file upload vulnerability exists, because we can upload a file for the with the room when we're creating a new room. In this case, what we're going to do is we're going to go to the root directory, and then we're going to go to other locations, computer, and then we're going to go to the root directory here. And inside the root directory, we're going to select all files. So here we have to select all files. So we now have the shell.php file over here that we created earlier. We're going to click on it. We're going to select open, and then we're going to add the room. So we go ahead and do that, and then we see here our new room that we added here, HackerFrogs, like and subscribe. So in the under the picture here, it's blank. So where is this? Well, we could easily find out by right-clicking on one of these other pictures and selecting Open Image in New Tab. So if we open this image in a new tab, we see the file path where all the files are. So rooms, media image rooms for .jpeg. What we want to do is we want to access the web shell that we created on the system. So it's going to be shell.php, and then we're going to supply a URL parameter. So it's going to be question mark, and then it's going to be command equals something. So in this case, I'm going to do ID, so I can see what user I'm. Actually, I'm going to do who am I to see what user I'm running as. So hit enter. We're going to see www data. Okay, and we also have this convenient little box over here that we can use to execute our commands. So we're going to use the ls command to see what's in this directory right here. So type in ls, hit execute, and there are a bunch of picture files over here that are labeled 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's also our shell.php file that we uploaded right now, and there's the flag file over here that we need to read to complete the challenge. So to complete the challenge, we need to execute the command cat space flag.txt. So after we do that, click on execute, and then we see the flag that we're supposed to submit over here. Glitch, THM glitch was here, so highlight that, copy it, and then go over to this control panel here, click on the clipboard, and then from here, highlight the text glitch was here, copy it, then close the clipboard, go back to the TryHackMe page, navigate all the way down, and then under this question here, what are the contents of flag.txt? Paste in the answer, click on submit, and then to complete the room, we need to click on this last question right here. So if you like today's task, you can learn how to harness the power of advanced ELK queries. That's great. You can investigate that room if you like, but we're going to finish this task by clicking on this button over here. And now we've finished the room. Awesome. Alright, so thank you very much for watching today's video walkthrough of day 3 of the TryHackMe Advent of Cyber event. We're going to be back with more videos, but until then, we'll see you next time. Okay, so looks like it's time for our next activity. Alright, so that was fast. So the next activity we're going to be doing, so before we do the next activity, I need to close out our virtual machine over here. So just go ahead and click on terminate machine. Are you sure you want to terminate this machine? Yes, I do. Click on terminate machine. Okay. And over here we need to terminate this machine as well. Okay, so now that we're done doing our cleanup, we can start our next challenge. So to start the next challenge, we're going to be doing a walkthrough of a machine over at the VulNyx website. So the VulNyx website machine that we're going to be covering today is going to be the plot machine over here. So before we can start this challenge, what I'm going to do is I'm going to start up the virtual machine associated with this challenge. So VulNyx, these challenges here, you need to download the virtual machine associated with the challenge and then deploy it on your own VM network. So I've just got these VMs over here that I'm starting up. After the virtual machine has finished initializing, then we can start where you can start hacking against it. So we've got plot, and we'll see the IP address associated with the box in just a second. Okay, so this box lives at the IP address 10.02.75. So we're going to need to remember that IP address. Okay. So before we get going, I'm going to create a little environment to do our hacking inside of. So I'm going to create some terminal windows. I like to use about 3 different terminal windows when I test these CTF boxes, because we might have more than one terminal running at the same time that are doing different tests. Alright, so over here, So I'm also going to move in the, we've got the temp directory here, great. Okay, so the first thing we like to do when we do one of these, oh, sorry, I need to do my introduction. This is a guided walkthrough for the plot machine on the VulNyx website, and let us begin our testing. So the first thing I like to do when I do testing against these CTF boxes is I like to run an Nmap scan. The Nmap scan is going to let us know what networking ports are available on the system, and I think it's 10.02.75 is the IP address. Let me check that. Yep. Okay. So I like to run it with these different arguments in order to get some good results from the Nmap scan. I like to run it with 4 threads with this argument here, -T4, which means it's going to run fast but not too fast. I like to run it with -P-, which is going to scan all the ports on the system, as opposed to just some of them. And I like to run it with -VV for very verbose output. This is actually very important because this allows the scan to output information as it gets it, as opposed to when the scan is completely finished. This is going to let you investigate what Nmap finds as it finds it, and that means you don't have to wait. And the last 2 arguments here are -SC to run common scripts against whatever services we find, and -SV, which is going to show versioning information for whatever services that we find. So without further ado, let's launch that scan. Okay, so we've found 2 different services so far on this on the server, and it came back really quick. Okay, so what are the 2 services that we found? So we found port 22 over here. This is running OpenSSH. This is the software that's being used, and the SSH service is the service that lets us remotely log in to different servers securely. And the software version it's reporting is 8.4, which is relatively up to date. And the next service that we find over here is on port 80. So this is running the HTTP service, and it's using Apache software. So the Apache software is going to run the HTTP service, which is associated with normal web pages. Normal web pages meaning without security. So HTTP versus HTTPS. Okay, so one thing that I like to do when I find web servers is I like to run the Nikto tool against them, and the Nikto tool is going to run a bunch of common vulnerability scans against the whatever web server you pointed at, and I'm just going to run it right now. So over here, it gives us some information about the web server. It's running Apache with this version 2.4.56. This is relatively up to date, which means that we're not going to be using some sort of software exploit against the system. Okay, so it also gives us a bunch of other information about the server. It shows us the allowed HTTP methods, which are the different methods we can use to access the information on the server. So head, get, post options. All right, so these are all pretty common. Oh, okay. So there's an uncommon header that was found with Nikto. So it found this X custom header found here with these contents plot.nix. So what this looks like to me is some sort of domain name, and let's talk a little bit more about this. Okay, not this one, but this one. Okay, so we're talking about resolving domain names. So the Nikto scan detects that there is a custom header included in the web server response, which points to a domain name, plot.nix. What we can do is we can actually add this domain name to our etc host file. We can attach the domain name to the machine's IP and our etc host file, then perform more enumeration. Okay, so what we're going to do inside of our Kali machine here is we're going to modify the etc host file. So normally you need to do this as sudo because the etc host file is a protected file. So we're going to run this, and in our etc host file, we're going to add an entry for this IP address, 10.02.75, and we're going to add the domain plot.nyx, as indicated from what we found in the Nikto output over there. So after that, we're going to save out the file, and now we can resolve this domain name. So we can ping this machine just to make sure that actually no, we want to ping plot.nyx like this, and we're just going to give it 4 counts like that. Okay, so we're able to communicate with the machine, which means that our domain name is resolving correctly. Alright, so what's next? So now we can perform more enumeration. So what we're actually going to be doing in this case is we're going to be discovering subdomains. We can use, so after we've resolved a domain, we can actually fuzz the target and try to determine if there are any subdomains that exist on the web server. So a subdomain is going to be something dot the main domain dot whatever it might be. So for example, let's give Google as an example over here. Actually, maybe what website would make for a good example? Maybe we can go over to TryHackMe.com. So TryHackMe.com is a domain, but there's actually some subdomains that exist on TryHackMe.com, such as admin.tryhackme.com. And if you go to admin.tryhackme.com, it redirects you to the Rickroll video. But we're not going to talk about that. So basically, there are domains and there are subdomains, and you can fuzz a web server to determine what subdomains exist on the target. So we're going to use the FFUF tool to do so. And let me just get my notes. Okay, so this is going to be a little bit of a complicated command, but I'll explain what it's doing over here. Alright, so we're going to use this command right here to look for subdomains on the target. So FFUF is a fuzzing program that lets you make a bunch of requests to the target to determine if there are different contents on the web server. So we're going to use a word list with the FFUF program, and we're going to be, so this is a word list that contains a bunch of common subdomain names, and there's about 1 million of them over here. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to specify a host that we're going to be looking at, and in the host header file, we're going to specify that this is the fuzzing point with this over here, fuzz. So fuzz, we're going to fuzz the plot.nyx host header, and we're going to fuzz this URL right here, which is plot.nyx. Okay? So before we do this, I'm going to leave out this part right here. So this is going to, this part right here, fs 10701 is going to only look for this file size returned. But if we don't do this, we're going to see that a bunch of these results over here, and there are a lot of them, so I'm going to stop this right now. So these are all size 10701, and in order to filter out these results over here, which are all false, we're going to use this argument over here, -fs, which is for filter out the size, and we're going to filter out the size 10701 so that we don't see any of these false subdomain names. Okay, so after we run it with this particular set of options here, we see that this subdomain exists on the system here, SAR. So what we need to do now is we need to add this subdomain to our etc.host file as well. So what we can do is we're just going to get out of this, and then we're going to edit our etc.host file again. Then we're going to go back to the plot.nyx entry here, and we're going to add the subdomain. And to add the subdomain, it's going to be sar.plot.nyx. So now both plot.nyx and sar.plot.nyx are going to resolve to this IP address right here. Okay, so we're going to save out this file, and what we're going to do is we're going to manually navigate to this page. Right, okay. We added the subdomain to the etc.host file here and continue our enumeration. Okay, so let's do that. So over here, we're going to go to sar. Ooh, let's do it on another page. sar.plot.nyx. Okay, so what we see here is a particular version of this software, and it's called SAR2HTML. So I'm not too sure what SAR2HTML is, but I know it's a piece of software, and I have a version number. So as a pen tester, as soon as I see a software name and a version number, what I want to do is I want to enumerate whether or not there are some exploits available for this particular piece of software. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to search with SearchSploit. So on Kali Linux, there's a tool called SearchSploit, and SearchSploit is connected to the exploit database. And the exploit database is a repository of different exploits for specific versions of software. So, for example, we can search for this software here, SAR2HTML, with this version number and see if there are any exploits available for it. So in this case, there is. So SAR2HTML version 3.2.1, it has this remote code execution exploit here called plot. So funnily enough, the name of this box is also called plot, sar.plot.nyx, so that kind of lines up. Alright, so from here, what we can do is we can use the searchsploit command again, and we can copy the exploit to our current directory. So we would do searchsploit-m and then the number of the exploit. In this case, it's 49344. So 49344. After we give this command, it's going to download the exploit to our current directory. It looks like this is a Python file. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at the Python file. So it's going to be Python 49344. We're going to hit enter, and it's going to ask us to enter the URL. All right. So we need to provide the URL to the vulnerable software. In this case, it's going to be http sar.plot.nyx. Okay, and then we hit enter, and then it's going to ask us for a command. So this kind of indicates to us that we have, if this works, this means that we have remote command execution on the web server. So I'm just going to ask, who am I? And we get this this preamble here, but it also tells us that we are www data. So that means that we could probably get a reverse shell on the target by giving a correct reverse shell command. So, but before we do that, we probably want to set up a reverse shell listener on the target, and I'm going to make sure I'm in a bash shell because I want to upgrade my shell fully, And we can't do that from the ZSH shell that Kali Linux uses by default. So we're just going to enter a bash shell, and then we're going to use netcat, nlvp, okay, and set it to port 443. So I'd like to use 443 because it's usually not blocked in the case where other networking ports might be blocked. So that's why I like to use 443 for my netcat listeners. Okay, so I'm going to listen on port 443 for a reverse shell, and then we're going to go back, and we're going to give the following Python reverse shell command. So if we know that if we want to find out which version of Python exists on the target, we would use these kind of commands, which Python. So because it comes back blank, maybe Python isn't in this version of Python is not installed, but maybe Python 3 is installed on the target, which we can do with this command here. So it says user bin Python 3, which means we know that Python 3 exists on the target. So we're going to use Python 3 to get our reverse shell, and the reverse shell command we're going to use is this one over here. Just going to paste this in. Okay, so an important thing we need to set when we use this reverse shell here is we need to make sure that the IP address is correct for our attacking system. So this is going to be a reverse shell that connects to our attacking system. We need to specify that we need to make sure that the IP address is correct, and I can make sure that the IP address is correct by using the ifconfig command. Actually, we can use APA to get that information as well. So right now we're operating on the ETH0 interface, and on this interface our attacker machine is using this IP address right here. So we need to make sure that this is correct before we send this command. So this is correct, and we need to make sure that there's a netcat listener, that there's a listener available to catch the reverse shell on this networking port here. So I've set it to 443. I have one listening on 443. It all matches. Okay, so after that, hit enter, and we see that the command hangs over here. This is a good indication that that the process is in the middle of execution. And if we go over to our reverse shell listener, we see that we've received a connection from the victim machine, and we now have access to the server, which means I have to put on my scary hacker voice.
Hey everybody, this is the Scary Hacker Voice guy. The Scary Hacker Voice guy comes out every time we break into his server and we're doing some malicious hacking stuff. We have to give a smug laugh and then say, "We're in."
Okay, so what we need to do on this target is, well, first of all, what we want to do is we want to upgrade our shell fully. So right now we're using a netcat shell, and netcat shells are notoriously, they don't have very much functionality to them. We can't do command history, we can't do tab autocomplete, we can't do text editors. So what we're going to do is we're going to use Python to upgrade our shell partially. So we know that Python 3 is on the target, so we're going to use this Python command to upgrade our shell partially. Import pty pty.spawn bin bash, and then so we've got a little bit more of a terminal because we have a prompt now. Okay, so from here, to further upgrade our shell, we're going to background the shell with Control Z, and then we're going to use STTY-A to get our terminal properties from Kali Linux. So we've got rows 26, columns 105. We're going to need to use these these settings right here to upgrade our shell. So from here, we're going to do stty raw minus echo, and then we're going to foreground our shell to go back to our netcat shell. So FG, we're not going to see anything appear when we type this, but we need to type it and hit enter. Okay. From here, we're going to export shell equals bash, export term equals xterm dash 256 color, and then stty rows 26 columns 105, and then our shell is fully upgraded now. So we can do tab autocomplete, we can do command history, and we can do text editors. All right. So after that, so the method of privilege escalation on this box is this. Privileged escalation, privileged cron job abuse. So there's actually a cron job. There's a task that is happening at regular intervals on the system, but we can't see this unless we use a specific tool, and the specific tool in this case is called pspy. So this is a tool that lets us see which commands are being run on the system on a regular interval. So first of all, the pspy tool, we can download it, and we're going to download it from pspy. So this GitHub repository over here. So from here, from the pspy GitHub repository, we're going to need to download the binary. And so it says here, pspy unprivileged Linux process snooping. So pspy is a command line tool designed to snoop on processes without the need for root permissions. It allows you to see commands run by other users, cron jobs, etc. as they execute. It's great for enumerations on Linux systems and CTFs. Also great to demonstrate to your colleagues why passing secrets as arguments on the command line is a bad idea. Alright, so what we need to do is we need to download the pspy binary, and we can do so over from the releases page, which we can access over here. So we can access the releases, and we see here we've got pspy. We're looking for the 64-bit version of the binary over here, pspy 64. So I'm just going to click on that. Oh, that downloads it. Okay, I don't want it to download. I want to right-click and then copy the link. Okay, so after that, we're going to download it to our Kali Linux system. So over in another Kali Linux tab, we're going to download it with wget. Okay, and after the pspy binary has been downloaded, we're going to host this on a server. So we're just going to use Python. So we're going to do Python, the HTTP server module over here with this command right here. And this is going to let us host, we're going to stand up a web server with the temp directory as the web root, so that we can download this. We can download the pspy file to our victim machine. Okay, so we've got the web server running on our attacker machine, and then over on the victim machine, we're going to download the file. First, we're going to move into the temp directory. We're going to download the file using wget. So it's going to be our attacker system IP, and it's going to be, what is the name of the file? The file is pspy64. Okay. pspy64. Okay, and we've successfully transferred the pspy file over to our victim machine. We see here that pspy64 exists on the in the temp directory. What we need to do before we can run it is we need to use the change mode command give executable permissions to the file here. And after that, we can run the file. So we're just going to run this. We're going to run the binary here, pspy64, and I'm going to output this to a file called spy.txt. And I'm going to run this as a process so that we can continue enumerating, or we can continue running commands on the terminal. Okay, so the process has started. So after about a minute, we're going to take a look at the spy.txt file and see what processes it has enumerated on the target. Okay, so we can read the file here. And so what is going on? So what is going on is that the pspy binary over here, it's recording all of the commands that are running on the target at regular intervals. So first it records all the commands that are already running, and then it's going to record all the commands that run afterwards. So we see this one over here, bin sh command var www html and tar. And so tar is a notoriously vulnerable binary, especially when it's being run as a cron job, and especially when it's being run with this wildcard character over here, which is the star over here. So sorry, we need to take a look here. So this is privileged cron job abuse. So we found out that this tar command is being run with the wildcard character here. So there's a special interaction with the tar binary when it is used with the star wildcard character, which allows for arbitrary command execution. So if we can create files with the indicated file names over here in the directory where the tar command is executed, we can execute the commands in the indicated script. So over here, we're going to create these two files here, checkpoint action, execute sh, reverse shell.sh. So what tar lets you do is that it lets you run certain actions on whatever files are going to go into the tar archive. So in this case, we're going to use this to run a malicious script, and because the tar command is being run from UID 0, which is root, it basically lets us run any command as root by taking advantage of the tar cron job here. So what we need to do is we need to create this reverse shell.sh file over here, and then let the cron job run, and then we're able to compromise the server. Okay, so let's get to work. So first of all, so what we need to do is we need to create the malicious files inside this directory right here, var www html, because this is where the command is being run. So we can just move into that directory. So var www html. Okay, so all that's here is the index.html file. What we need to do is we need to create a couple of malicious files. So the malicious files we're going to create are going to be like this. So we're going to create a file that is called this, checkpoint action execute sh reverse shell.sh. So this is going to be, because the wildcard character is used in the tar command, it's going to add this to the tar execution, and it's going to let us do some malicious actions. So we add this file to the directory, We also add this file to the directory over here, and these two files combined are going to give extra commands to the tar cron job. Okay. The last thing we need to do is we need to create a file called reverseshell.sh so that it can be executed. So we're just going to create a file using nano, and inside the file we're going to create a malicious script. So it's going to be a bin bash script, and we're going to do netcat and run the command bin bash to our attacker machine, which is 10.0.2.22 on port 443, and that's it. This is the only command it's going to do. It's going to create a reverse shell connection to our attacker machine on port 443. Okay, so let's save out the file, and then let's make the file executable. So we need to add the executable permission to reverseshell.sh. So now this, whatever's in the reverseshell.sh script is going to be run at regular intervals, because we're abusing the tar binary being run as a cron job. The last thing we need to do in order to exploit the system is we need to go back to our Kali machine, and we need to create a netcat listener. So we're going to do our regular netcat listener on port 443. Okay, and this is going to listen for the connection that is going to be run from the tar binary. And the tar binary is going to run the reverse shell script, reverseshell.sh, because it is being run with the wildcard. So we just need to wait a little bit. If we take a look at the contents of reverseshell.sh, it is a netcat command that is going to open up a shell upon connection to our attacker machine over here. So we just need to wait about a minute. Okay, so we receive the connection. When we ask who am I, it says we are root, so
What are you?
I'm system root.
okay, so we managed to receive a root shell by abusing the tar cron job. All right, so we're very close to finishing this exercise. All we need to do now is move into the root user directory and then cat out the flag. So we just need to cd into the root directory, and we see that the root.txt file is here. So if we read this flag, we've essentially finished the exercise because we've compromised the web server and become the root user. But we're not going to read the root.txt flag because the organizers at the VulNyx website have requested that people doing walkthroughs and write-ups on their systems don't read any actual flag contents. So we're going to read the root.txt flag, but redirect the output into a file called iReadRoot.txt. And then we're going to, so iReadRoot.txt exists in the file now, and we're going to md5 sum root.txt and iReadRoot.txt to determine if they're the same file. So because the two file hashes are the same, we've essentially read the root.txt file and completed the challenge. Alright, so thank you very much for watching this guided walkthrough for the VulNyx Plot machine. I hope you had a lot of fun and learned some new things, and we'll see you next time. But the stream's not over because we still have something else to do. So let me remove the iReadRoots.txt file, and let's get out of here. All right, so we have a couple more things to do on today's stream. The first thing we're going to do is we're going to do the next Advent of Cyber challenge, and the next Advent of Cyber challenge is going to be over on the TryHackMe website. So this is going to be TryHackMe Advent of Cyber Day 4. So let's... Okay, so Task 10, Atomic Red Team. Day 4, I'm all atomic inside. Great. Alright, so everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the TryHackMe Advent of Cyber 2024 event. Day 4, which is Task 10, I'm all atomic inside. So before we start this task, I'm just going to take a little sip of water because I've been talking for 2.5 hours, and person gets awful thirsty once they've been talking that long. So just a second. Okay, so let's get started with the story. So Sockmas is approaching, and the town of Wareville started preparations for the grand event. Glitch, a quiet, talented security Sockmas engineer, had a hunch that these year's celebrations would be different. With looming threats, he decided to revamp the town's security defenses. Glitch began to fortify the town's security defenses quietly and meticulously. He started by implementing a protective firewall, patching vulnerabilities, and accessing endpoints to patch for security vulnerabilities. As he worked tirelessly, he left breadcrumbs, small traces of his activity. Unaware of Glitch's good intentions, the SOC team spotted anomalies, logs showing admin access, escalation of privileges, patch systems behaving differently, and security tools triggering alerts. The SOC team misinterpreted the system modifications as a sign of an insider threat or rogue attacker and decided to launch an investigation using the Atomic Red Team framework. So what are we're going to be doing in today's challenge? We're going to learn how to identify malicious techniques using the MITRE ATT&CK framework. We're going to learn about how to use Atomic Red Team tests to conduct attack simulations, and we're going to understand how to create alerting and detection rules from the attack tests. So what we need to do now is we need to connect to the machine. Before moving forward, review the questions in the connection card below. Do we need to start a VM today? Yes. Is there split screen available? Yes. And am I given credentials to connect directly to the VM via RDP, VNN, VNC, or SSH? Yes. Okay, so all we need to do to start today's challenge is click the green Start Machine button over here. Okay, so you're going to see that your web browser pane has split into two, and this is normal. So the machine over here is going to start up. This isn't going to be an attack box machine, but it's going to be a machine where we can access the materials for today's lesson. Okay, but in the meantime, while it's loading up, and that's going to take another minute and a half or so, we're going to go through the start of the machine over here. So we're talking about the VM. So the VM here has Atomic Red Team and Sysmon installed. This will allow us to enumerate an attack using TTPs described in the MITRE ATT&CK framework. So we're talking about detection gaps. While it might be the utopian dream of every blue teamer, we will rarely be able to detect every attack or step in an attack kill chain. This is a reality that all blue teamers face. There are gaps in their detection, but worry not. These gaps do not have to be the size of black holes. There are things we can do to help make these gaps smaller. Detection gaps are usually for one of two main reasons. Security is a cat and mouse game. As we detect more, the threat actors and red teamers will find new sneaky ways to thwart our detection. We then need to study these novel techniques and update our signature and alert rules to detect these new techniques. And the line between anomalous and expected behavior is often very fine and sometimes even has significant overlap. For example, let's say we are a company based in the US. We expect to see almost all of our logins come from IP addresses in the US. One day, we get a login event from an IP in the EU, which would be an anomaly. However, it could be our CEO traveling for business. This is an example where normal and malicious behavior intertwine, making it hard to create accurate detection rules that would not have too much noise. Blue teams constantly refine and improve their detection rules to close those gaps they experience due to the two reasons mentioned above. Let's take a look at how this can be done. So we're talking about cyber attacks and the kill chain. Before diving into creating new detection rules, we first have to discuss some key topics. The first topic to discuss is the cyber kill chain. All cyber attacks follow a fairly standard process, which is explained quite well by the unified cyber kill chain. So we've got here initial recon, initial compromise, establish foothold, escalate privileges, internal recon, move laterally, maintain persistence, into complete mission. Okay, so as a blue teamer, it would be our dream to prevent all attacks at the start of the kill chain. So even just when threat actors start their reconnaissance, we already stop them dead in their tracks. But as discussed above, this is not possible. The goal then shifts slightly. If we are unable to fully detect and prevent a threat actor at any one phase in the kill chain, the goal becomes to perform detections across the entire kill chain in such a way that even if there are detection gaps in a single phase, the gap is covered in the later phase. The goal is, therefore, to ensure that we can detect the threat actor before the very last phase of goal execution. So we're talking about MITRE ATT&CK. This is a popular framework for understanding the different techniques and tactics that threat actors perform through the kill chain. And this is called the MITRE ATT&CK framework. Born Again 2 says, hey Born Again 2, how are you doing? We're just doing a walkthrough for the latest day of TryHackMe's Advent of Cyber event. So we're talking about the MITRE ATT&CK chain and a framework called the Atomic Red Team. I think that's what the tool is called. Anyways, but well, we're just going to be moving through this exercise here. After we're done that, we're going to be doing some free hacking against this machine over here on the TryHackMe on the HackMyVM website. So if you'd like to join in with our free hacking a little bit later, we're probably going to be done this exercise in about 45 minutes, and we're going to be moving on to this challenge afterwards. It's called TriplAdvisor. It's a Windows VM. So I've been excited to do more hacking against Windows devices, and we're going to be doing that after we finish up with our Advent of Cyber day over here. Okay, so where were we? So MITRE ATT&CK, a popular framework for understanding the different techniques and tactics that threat actors perform through the kill chain, is the MITRE ATT&CK framework. This framework is a collection of tactics, techniques, and procedures that have been seen to be implemented by real threat actors. The framework provides a navigator tool where these TTPs can be investigated. So there's a really big chart over here. If you're interested, you can go ahead and do some more research into the MITRE ATT&CK framework. However, the framework primarily discusses these TTPs in a theoretical manner. Even if we know we have a gap for a specific TTP, we don't really know how to test that gap or close it down. This is where the atomics come in. So we're talking about this tool called Atomic Red. The Atomic Red Team library is a collection of red team test cases that are mapped to the MITRE ATT&CK framework. The library consists of simple test cases that can be executed by any blue team to test for detection gaps and help close them down. The library also supports automation, where techniques can be automatically executed. However, it is also possible to execute them manually. Dropping the atomic. McSkitty has a vague idea of what happened to the compromised machine. It seems someone tried to use the Atomic Red Team to emulate an attack on one of our systems without permission. the perpetrator did not clean up the test artifacts. Let's have a look at what happened. Running an atomic. McSkitty suspects the supposed attacker used the miter attack technique, this one over here, spear phishing, with an attachment. Let's recreate the attack emulation performed by the supposed attacker, and then look for artifacts created. Open up a PowerShell prompt as the administrator and follow along with us. Let's start by having a quick peek at the help page. Enter the command get help invoke atomic test, and you should see the output below. Okay, so over here in our attack box, sorry, not attack box, the VM, we're going to go down here and we're going to right-click the PowerShell icon over here, right-click it, and then select Run as Administrator. So if we don't run this as administrator, there are a bunch of scripts that are not going to work. So open up an administrator PowerShell over here, and let's make the text a little. Can I make this text bigger? Maybe I can. Maybe let's go to the edit this, and I guess we need to go to properties. Okay, we can increase the size of the font. I'm going to make this 20. Okay, this is a little easier to read now. Okay. So we're going to run this command get help invoke atomic test. Get help invoke atomic test. Okay. And then we get this output here. Okay. So the help above only shows what parameters are available without any explanation. Even though most parameter names are self-explanatory, let's have a quick overview of the parameters we will use in this walkthrough. Okay, so we've got the technique parameter, and that tells the program which technique they want to use. Show details, alright. Show details brief. Check prerequisites. Provides a check if all necessary components are there, present for the testing. And so we don't really need to understand all of these different parameters, but you can go ahead and take a look at them if you like. I want to get through this at a at a quicker pace, so let's skip over to this section over here. So our first command. We can build our first command now that we know which parameters are available. We would like to know more about what exactly happens when we test the technique, this technique over here. To get this information, we must include the name of the technique we want information about, and then add the flag show details to our command. Let's have a look at the command that we've constructed. Invoke atomic test, this one over here, show details. This command displays the details of all tests included in this test. So we can copy this command, and we might be able to paste directly into here. Okay. Okay, maybe we can. Let's clear this out. Okay. So let's try to paste. We can't paste. Okay. All right, so okay, I'm gonna put this machine in its own browser pane so that we can do some fancy work on it. So okay, I'm going to put this in full screen with this button over here, and then afterwards we've got our administrator screen here. Great. Let me. Can I paste into here? Let me get the command over here and let me try to see if I can paste. If I can't paste, it's gonna be a big pain. Okay, that's not great. All right, let me close this out. Okay, so I guess we're gonna have to type this stuff out manually. Okay, so invoke atomic test T1566.001 dash show details. Okay, so we get a bunch of output over here. So it's similar to this output over here. The output above is clearly split up into multiple parts, each matching a test. Let's examine which type of information is provided in the test. We will use the test we want to run as an example. Okay, so we want to run this one here. It's the spear phishing attachment test over here. So there's the technique, the atomic test name, which is this, download macro enabled phishing attachment, atomic test number, the GUID, the description. Okay, the atomic test downloads a macro-enabled document from the atomic test GitHub repository, simulating an end user clicking a phishing link to download the file. It, let's see, it runs PowerShell, elevation required equals false. It gives a command that it's going to run over here. And then the cleanup commands here, dependencies. All right, so let's continue and run the first test of this over here. Before running the emulation, we should ensure that all required resources are in place to conduct it successfully. To verify this, we can add flag check prereq to our command. The command should look like this. So it's the same one that we did before. So let's clear, and let's give the previous command here, but we're going to add test numbers 1, and then we're going to add check prereq like this. Okay. Okay, it looks like there's a bit of lag, but hopefully it'll come back to us in a sec. So it says the command will use the data included in the dependencies part of the test details to verify if all the required resources are present. Looking at the test 1 dependencies of this test, no additional resources are required. Run the same command for test 2, and it will state that Microsoft Word needs to be installed as shown below. Okay, so it looks like the PowerShell window has frozen. Okay, let's run that again. Okay, so prerequisite met. That's great. And then let's try the same thing, but for test number 2. So over here, we're going to change from 1 to 2. And then it says Microsoft Word must be installed. Okay, so now that we've verified the dependencies, let's continue with the emulation. Execute the following commands to start the emulation. Invoke atomic test, this over here, test numbers 1, and you should get the following output. Okay, so let's run the command. And so it's test number 1. And we're going to delete this check prereq argument here, and we're going to run the test. Okay, so executing test, done executing test. Okay, so it finished. So based on the output, we can determine that the test was successfully executed. We can now analyze the logs in the window event viewer to find indicators of attack and compromise. Okay, so now that we ran the test, we can take a look at the logs and see what was found, what was logged there. So here, detecting the atomic. Now that we've executed this test, we can look for log entries that point us to this emulated attack. For this purpose, we can use the Windows event logs. This machine comes with sysmon installed. System Monitor, also known as sysmon, provides us with detailed information about the process creation, network connections, and the changes to file creation time. It makes it easier for us to pick up on the events created for this emulation, we will first start with cleaning up the files from the previous test by running this command. So it's going to be the same thing, but with the cleanup argument here. So we're going to add cleanup to clean up and run the command. And it says, done executing cleanup for this test. Okay. Now we will clear the sysmon event log. So open up the event viewer by clicking on the icon on the taskbar or searching for it in the start menu. So we need to look for the event viewer. So inside the search menu, and I'm just going to minimize. Xanax says, hello, sorry, I speak Spanish. I do not speak Spanish, unfortunately. But if you speak English, then that's great. Sorry about that, Xanax. I'm an English only streamer. Okay, so over at Windows, we can search, and we're going to search for the event. What is it called? Event viewer. So we're just going to search for it here. Event viewer. Okay, so event viewer, this is a desktop app. We can click on it. Okay, so over here, so now that we have the event viewer opened up, what do we need to do? Navigate to Applications and Services. So over here, Applications and Services, and then we go to... Xanax says, I know a little bit of English, like 7%. I'm not sure if there's closed captioning available. Xanax, if you can go to YouTube, I also have a stream going on YouTube, and you might be able to do closed captioning from the YouTube stream. So if it might help you better to watch from YouTube. Okay, so Applications and Services, then go to Microsoft. So we're just going to double click Microsoft, and then Windows, and then go to Sysmon. I think we need to scroll down and go to Sysmon. Here it is, Sysmon, and then go to Operational. Okay, so right-click Operational on the left-hand side of the screen and click Clear Log. Click Clear when the pop-up shows, okay? So left-hand side of the screen, Operational, over here. We need to right-click this, and then select Clear Log over here. So after this, select the Clear button over here. And then all the logs are going to be cleared, great. Now that we have cleaned up the files and sysmon logs, let's run the emulation again by issuing this command. Okay, so we're going to run the test number 1 again. So we're going to open up our PowerShell again, and we're going to run test number 1. So we're just going to get rid of the cleanup tag here, run test number 1, and done executing tests. Okay. So now go to the event viewer and right-click on the operational log on the left-hand side, and then click on Refresh. There should be new events related to this emulated attack. Okay, so over in event viewer, so operational, right-click it, and then select Refresh over here. So now we've got a bunch of events. There should be new events related to this emulated attack. Now sort the table on the date and time column to order the events chronologically, oldest first. The first 2 events of the list are tests that Atomic executes for every emulation. We are interested in the 2 events that detail the attack. Okay. Xanax says, hey, your content is interesting. Why doesn't anyone see it? Well, I'm actually streaming on a few different platforms. I'm streaming on Twitch and YouTube and Kick right now, There are more viewers on Twitch, and only a couple on YouTube. Okay, but if you want to join on Twitch or on YouTube, then you'll see the other people watching over there. All right, so what do we want to do? Okay, so we need to go up to date and time, right-click on it, and then select sort events by this column. Okay. So it says first a process was created for PowerShell to execute the following command, PowerShell exe and something something like this. Then a file was created with the name phishing-attachment.xlsm. Okay, so let's go to the oldest. Let's go to the oldest log over here. Okay, and in the details over here. Actually, let's just take a look at the details. So click on details. And we see here that there was a PowerShell command. So the PowerShell command is over here. Then a file was created named phishing attachment. Okay, let's check the second log over here. I can't seem to find. Okay. Yeah, this is the command over here that creates the phishing attachment file over here. So it's actually the third log. So click on each event to see the details. When you select an event, you should see a detailed overview of all the data collected for the event. Click on the Details tab to show all of the event data in a readable format. Let's take a look at the details of these events below. The data highlighted is valuable for incident response and creating alerting rules. So we've got our example over here. So we've got our timestamp, our process ID, our command line here, the directory where it was created, the user, the parent process ID, and a bunch of other information here. Okay, so let's get out of here. There are some instructions. Navigate to the directory, this directory right here, and open the phishing-attachment.txt file. The flag included is the answer to question 1. Make sure to answer the question now, as the cleanup command will delete this file. Okay, so let's do that. So we're gonna minimize the event viewer, and then let's run this command. We're gonna navigate to this directory. It's gonna be C users administrator app data local temp temp. Okay, and in this directory we see there's the phishing attachment.txt file that we're supposed to read. Xanax says, I have a question. How do I protect my cell phone from my computer to avoid hacking or information theft? Since I use a VPN, but spyware always accesses it anyway. So are you talking about your cell phone and your computer? Or you're talking about your VPN? So using a VPN is probably where do you think spyware is accessing your computer? If you have spyware on your computer or your phone, that's already a bad thing. Where do you think the spyware is coming from? Okay, but in the meantime, let's read this file over here, phishing attachment.txt. So we're just going to use the type command, type phishing attachment.txt. Okay, so when we read this file, okay, this is the flag that we're supposed to copy over. But if we can't copy this file over to here, that's going to be very, very bad. Okay, so we're going to go down. It says, what was the flag found on the txt file that is found in the same directory as the artifact here? Let's see if we can paste. Okay, we can paste. Awesome, awesome. For some reason, we couldn't paste into the machine. All right, click on Submit. And that is correct answer. All right. So let's finish this off. So let's clean up the artifacts from our spear phishing emulation. Enter the command, this thing, but clean up. Okay, so let's run the command. And the command is this one over here, but we're going to give the cleanup argument. Ooh, clean up. Got to spell that correctly. Okay, that should be done. Xanax says, mspy is the most common, and sometimes I get the alert that a device is spying on my cell phone. So I hate to break it to you, but the alerts that say that your device is spying on your cell phone are probably not real. Those are not coming from security software. They're probably coming from other pieces of malware, and it could be that your computer is infected with malware. So there are a couple of different softwares you could try to do some disinfection of your PC. I like to use AVG. So let me just get a link for you. So this is probably not the correct locale, but let me grab this. So go ahead and you can try. You can try downloading the antivirus over here and running on your computer. It might help you out. Okay, but let's finish off the exercise over here. So let's see. So we just ran the cleanup action over here. Now that we know which artifacts were created during the spear phishing emulation, we can use them to create custom alerting rules. In the next section, we will explore this topic further. So alerting on the atomic. In the previous paragraph, we found multiple indicators of compromise through the sysmon event log. We can use this information to create detection rules to include this in our EDR, SIM, IDS, etc. These tools offer functionalities that allow us to import custom detection rules. There are several detection rule formats, including Yara, Sigma, Snort, and more. Let's look at how we can implement the artifacts related to this test to create a custom Sigma rule. So the two events contained possible indicators of compromise. Let's focus on the event that contained the invoke web request command line. So this command over here, we can use multiple parts of this artifact to include in our custom Sigma rule. So invoke web request, it is not common for this command to run from a script behind the scenes. So this URL over here, so attackers often use a specific malicious domain to host their payloads. Including the malicious URL in the Sigma rule could help us detect this specific URL. And this particular file name, this is a malicious payload downloaded and saved to our system. We can include its name in our Sigma rule as well. So combining all these pieces of information in our Sigma rule would look something like this. So this is the configuration that you would create to detect this kind of attack. The detection part is where effective detection is happening. We can see clearly the artifacts that we discovered during the emulation test. We can then import this rule into the main tools that we use for alert, such as EDR, SIM, XDR, and many more. Now that Glitch has shown us his intentions, let's continue with his work and run an emulation for ransomware. So now for a challenge. As Glitch continues to prepare for SOCMIS and fortifies Wareville security, he he decides to conduct an attack simulation which would mimic a ransomware attack across the environment. He is unsure of the correct detection metrics to implement for this task and asks for your help. Your task is to identify the correct atomic test to run that will take advantage of a command and scripting interpreter. Conduct the test and extract valuable artifacts that would be used to craft a detection rule. So we're going to answer the questions. What was the flag found? Okay, we answered that question already. What attack technique ID would be our point of interest? So what we need to do is we need to research about the MITRE attack ID for a command and scripting interpreter. So we're just going to do a Google search with this term. So over here it would be that term, and then we're going to tack on to the end MITRE attack framework ID. Okay, so the first hit we have here, command and scripting interpreter, technique T1059. Alright, so I think this is the answer for the question. So we're just going to copy this and then go over to TryHackMe and provide this as the answer. Click on submit, and that is the correct answer. So the next question is, what attack sub-technique ID focuses on the Windows command shell? So we can also Google this. So this main point over here, attack sub-technique ID, Windows command shell, we're going to use this as the so these are the search terms: attack sub-technique ID, Windows command shell. We're going to, I think this is all we need to supply. So Windows command shell sub-technique, this over here. So let's just click into this, and then we see here that the ID is this number right here. So we can just copy it, then go back to TryHackMe and provide this as the answer. Okay, so it says, what is the name of the atomic test to be simulated? So for this particular test, we're looking for we need to search for this. Huh. Okay, so atomic test. Atomic test, and then we search for this particular number. Let's do a quick Google search. So we're going to give this number over here, and we're going to tack on atomic test name. Okay. So let's take a look. So we've got a number of different atomic tests. I think this is the answer we're looking for: simulate Blackbyte ransomware print bombing. Because we were talking about, I think we were talking about ransomware in the previous task. Let's copy that. Let's go back to TryHackMe and let's correct atomic test that will run and take advantage of a command and scripting interpreter. Okay. So the name of the atomic test to be simulated is this, I think. Click on submit. Okay. So what is the name of the file used in the test? So actually what I think we need to do is we need to get some information about this test. So over in the PowerShell, so we can invoke atomic tests and then provide this number right here. So T1059003. So T1059003. 1059003. And we need to get some information about it. So we need to take a look here and see which one of these parameters is going to give us a description. So just need to search up in here. Test numbers, clean up, test names, check resets, show details. Okay, so over here we're going to add this to the command. So it's going to be invoke atomic test, the relevant test number, and then dash show details. Okay, so this gives us all the information about what is going on when we run these tests. So description. Okay, command and scripting interpreter, Windows shell, great. Test name, simulate black byte ransomware print bombing. Okay, and let's scroll down to the question over here. What is the name of the file used in this test? So the name of the file okay, so down here, attack commands. Inside the commands here, there's whereville ransomware.txt. So this is the name of the file that is used in the test. So we can just copy this. Whoops, let's copy it. Okay, and then paste this in. Whereville ransomware.txt. Click on submit. And we're done. Okay. Alright, so what flag is found from this atomic test? So it says that file to print must exist on the disk at the specified location. So this is the file path. C tools atomic red atomics. This one over here. We're going to print out this file. So we're just going to select it and copy it, and then we're going to go down to the bottom here, and then we're going to use the type command. Type space and then paste in our file. Ooh, this doesn't paste. Okay, so let's get the so okay, maybe we can get the where is it? Okay. This is it. C tools, atomic red team, atomics. Okay, I guess we're gonna need to print this out. We're gonna need to copy this. I'm gonna print out this file path so that I can type it in. Okay, so type C tools atomic red team atomic red team. What is the rest of this? Atomic red team atomics. T10 59.003. What is the rest of it? SRC and whereville ransomware.txt. Okay, let's read that file. Okay, so we've got a flag in here. It's got it's THM this flag right here. So this is the last flag we need to submit for the exercise. So just copy this. And then paste this in and click on submit. Okay, done. Learn more about Atomic Red Team via the linked room over here, so we can do that. Alright, so we just need to click on complete and then we're finished. Okay, so that was the guided walkthrough for day 4 of TryHackMe's Advent of Cyber 2024 event. If you like the video, please feel free to like and subscribe. But there's going to be more of these events. There's going to be more of these exercises coming up all throughout December, and I hope to see you next time. Okay, so we've got one last activity that we need to do for today's stream. N-Sky says good luck, and thank you very much for the message, N-Sky, and thank you for the good luck. All right, so we need to finish cleaning up on this page over here. So we're just going to click on Terminate Machine, this button down here, and we're going to terminate the machine, and then we're going to start our last exercise of the day. The last exercise of the day is going to be hacking against this machine over here on HackMyVM.eu. This is the what is it? The TriplAdvisor machine. And if anybody's interested in hacking this machine along with us, you can go ahead and access it from this link over here. Okay. So, all right. So let's man, we've got a bunch of video redeems on our pages on our live stream as well, such as this one.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
Okay, so we were previously hacking against the VulNyx machine over here, so we're just going to close this out because we're done with this. And I need to set up my my hacking environment, I guess, for this machine. So we're just gonna get out of here. I guess we can't use this window anymore, so we're just gonna create a new one. Get out of here. Okay, so before we start the walkthrough, I need to start up the machine. So the machine is going to be the machine. I'm going to power it up right now. So all of these challenges from HackMyVM and from VulNyx are all virtual machines that you need to download and deploy on your own network. Where are we? So what do we have here? It says Windows did not shut down successfully. Okay, so I guess the last time I was interfacing with this machine, it didn't shut down normally. So I need to restart this thing. Okay, so this is the TriplAdvisor machine. It is running Windows Server 2008, and I guess this is a slightly older version of Windows, so we might come across some weird legacy stuff. But anyways, the first thing we need to do is we need to locate the machine on our network. And what we're going to do is we're going to run ARP-scan. So ARP-scan is a tool that we can use to send ARP packets instead of ping packets, which most Windows machines are going to ignore. We need to run ARP-scan with elevated privileges. And I think the machine that we're looking for is going to be at this IP address right here. So this IP address right here, I think we can... So I'm just going to keep this in mind, that this is the IP address that we need to hack against. Let's see. I'm going to run the responder tool. And the responder tool is just going to keep track of different Windows stuff that is going around the network. So I'm going to run that, and then I'm going to run... I'm going to get rid of the other tools we were using in today's stream. Okay, so we're going to run our Nmap scan. And the Nmap scan is going to tell us what ports are available on this particular target. And seeing as this is a Windows machine, we probably have to run it with these different parameters over here. So PN is going to not use a ping to connect to communicate with the machine. We're going to scan all the ports with this option right here. We're going to scan very fast but not too fast with this option right here with 4 threads. We're going to run it very verbose so that it gives us output before the scan is finished. And we're going to run common scripts and versioning information with these 2 flags over here. Okay, let's run the Nmap scan. So we've discovered 2 ports. So we've got port 8080, which usually runs some sort of HTTP proxy, and we've discovered port 445, which is usually associated with SMB, which is Windows version of file sharing. So we're gonna be hacking against these 2 services. So what I want to do is I want to get some information on this web server over here on port 8080. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to run Nikto, and Nikto is a web app vulnerability scanner. So the web app vulnerability scanner is going to give us a lot of information on the web server. Of course, we need to supply the port number as well in this case. So because we're not running on off of a standard port, we have to specify the port number at the end over here. So let's run that. So this is an Apache server, and it says the following alternatives for index were found. Okay, this is a long list of stuff over here. HTTP trace method is active, which suggests that the host is vulnerable to XST. XST. What is XST? Cross-site tracing. This is not a vulnerability I'm familiar with. I might investigate this if I don't have anything else to investigate. Okay, another thing that we can do is output from the PHP info function was found. This is pretty big as well. So we're just going to leave this running in the background. Nmap is still running right now. Okay, so we're gonna spin up another window for our terminal, and we're gonna run another tool. And this other tool is going to be Derb, and Derb is a web app brute forcing tool. We can use it to get a bunch of to see what endpoints are available on the web server, and it's a very simple tool. All we need to do is use the derb command and then supply the URL of the web server that we want to enumerate. So over here we find CGI. Wow, this is a lot of stuff. Okay, I don't know if this is all going to be relevant, but this is a lot of stuff. Okay, you know, this makes me a little bit suspicious, so I'm going to go and investigate the web server manually. So over here, we're just going to go over to this IP address on port 8080, like this. We're having trouble finding that site. Huh. Okay. We're having trouble finding that site. Oh, wait. It looks like we've been redirected. We've been redirected to this TriplAdvisor domain. Okay. And it's actually redirecting us to a WordPress site. Okay, so what we can do is we need to associate this domain name with our Etsy host file. So I'm just going to get out of here. Let's see. So in preparation, I'm just going to copy the IP address and I'm going to copy this together so that I can add it to the Etsy host file. So just copy this, and then we're going to modify our Etsy host file, and we're going to add the entry over here for the TriplAdvisor domain, just like this. Okay, so that's going to let this this domain name resolve when we do our enumeration. We're going to save this out, and then I'm going to run dirb, but this time we're going to run dirb with the domain name, like this. Okay, so this comes back very similarly. Okay, so what do we see? So WordPress, we detected WordPress on the system as well. So WordPress installation was found. WordPress WP login, WordPress login found. So we're doing more WordPress. So WordPress is a very common blog software, and there's all sorts of different hacks we can do against WordPress. But we also found output from PHP info function was found, so we might want to investigate this as well. So back at the website, we can now resolve this. Okay, so we can take a look at the website. So the website here, it looks like some sort of travel website, maybe a travel blog, not sure. Okay. So from here, we're also informed that PHP info was found, and we were able to get this information from the PHP info page. So PHP info is contains all of the configuration settings for the PHP engine, and you can get a lot of information from here. But so including stuff like the loaded modules over here, and you might be able to get some user information. So configure command. No logo configure snapshot build without pi. Okay. So we know that this is running on a Windows system over here. So Windows Server 2008 R2 Enterprise Edition. Okay. Is this the name of the system? Or is this... Yeah, this has to be the name of the system, right? This is not a 64-bit system. The architecture here indicates that it's a 32-bit system. So this is pretty interesting. Okay, Apache. So the configuration path for PHP is C Windows. And Sky says, could you background music volume down? Okay, so I'll just turn down the volume a little bit. It should be down a little bit. Okay, so let's see. We've got our loaded modules over here. Our server root is in czamp Apache. Server administrator. No problem, N-Sky. I'm here to ensure that everybody's having a good time. Apache environment over here. Okay. So first of all, there's a very special tool that is used to hack against WordPress installations, and the tool is called. Oh well, this hasn't finished. Jeez. The tool is called WordPress. WP scan, right? WP scan. Yeah. And I need to, every time I use WP scan, I need to teach myself how to do it over and over again. But so if you're looking to learn how to do hacking, then there's a very useful website called Hacktricks. And Hacktricks is located over at this URL over here. And on the Hacktricks website, you can learn all sorts of stuff about hacking different technologies. Cyberner Dante, hello and welcome. Every time I look at WP Scan, I use a cheat sheet. Yup, me too. So I'm going to do WP. Maybe I don't need to use Hacktricks. I can just go to WP Scan. Cyberner Dante, do you remember how to do the aggressive scan inside of WP Scan? WP Scan cheat sheet. Okay, security weak cheat sheets. Okay, WP Scan URL, follow redirection, verbose, log target. Okay, this is not a very good cheat sheet. Okay, WP Scan TLDR page. Scan a WordPress site, collecting vulnerability data from WP Scan. Well, maybe I'll just use the cheat sheet over here just to get started. So just this command right here. Let's see, Cyberner Dante, I think if you type aggressive at the end of your command, it makes it aggressive. Hold on, I'm checking. Appreciate the help. Okay, so URL is target. Target is plugin detection aggressive. Plugins detection aggressive. Okay. Yeah. HTTP TriplAdvisor port 8080 WordPress like this. Follow redirection, verbose, log. Maybe I don't need a log. Verbose and plugin detection aggressive. Oh, there's follow redirection is an invalid option. Huh. Okay, well. Seems you've not updated the database in some time. Would you update it now? No, I don't need to update it. This is a very old box. I guess we can wait. URL TriplAdvisor 8080 WordPress. Okay, this is this IP over here. I thought that so I took a look at this very, very quickly a couple of days ago, and I thought it would be another netexec exercise where we just use netexec over and over again. But it turns out this is a web-based Windows machine, so it's all about using those web exploitation techniques. So let's see. Interesting findings. Headers, server Apache. XML RPC seems to be enabled. Okay. Great. Upload directory has listing and okay, that's great. Found by direct access aggressive detection. WP cron, okay. WordPress theme is in use. Expert adventure guide. Expert adventure guide. Maybe we can search and see if there are any exploits available for this. Drake on what the heck? I guess this is enumerating vulnerable plugins via aggressive methods. I guess we can just wait on this. But while we're waiting on this is still going. Let's do a search exploit on this particular module. Maybe not. Maybe, maybe not. But yeah, Samurai Dante, thank you very much for the assist over here. Let's do a fun redeem. Everybody, this is my favorite. These are my favorite birds. This is one of my favorite birds bullying another one of my favorite birds. This is the bully bird. Okay, but anyways, this thing is still going. I guess this might take a while because we're using aggressive methods over here. Expert Adventure Guide. Maybe we can try to log in. Bunch of bullies. Well, bullying. You know, even the smallest animals still bully each other. So if you ever take a look at little birds, like in flocks, you'll usually find some of the birds are bullying the other birds, and birds are actually really good at bullying. Okay, so over here we've got our PHP output over here. I wonder if there's something we can exploit from the PHP info page right here. So Okay, so I'm going to try feeding this over to ChatGPT and see if they can identify any... So I found out that loaded modules can sometimes be vulnerable, and I'm just going to do a bit of questioning over here. According to this PHP info, are there any vulnerable modules loaded? Okay, there are a few potential risks associated with loaded modules and server configuration. Here's analysis of potential vulnerabilities. So mod CGI. This module allows execution of CGI scripts, which can lead to code execution vulnerabilities if scripts are improperly secured, or if an attacker finds a way to upload and execute a malicious script. If not needed, disable mod CGI if required. Ensure scripts are well secured and executed in a controlled environment. Mod PHP 5. PHP 5 is end of life and no longer receives security updates. Mod info provides information, okay. Mod status. Mod rewrite. Mod SSL. Server configuration risks. Apache API version, 2012, geez. It's a long time ago. Hostname. The port number is set to 0, which may indicate a misconfiguration. This might not be a direct security risk, but should be reviewed. Okay, timeout connection 300. A high timeout value can increase resource exhaustion risks. Server root. Using XAMPP in a production environment is not recommended due to the default configurations, which are intended for local development and may expose sensitive files or services. Okay. Alright, so enumerating vulnerable plugins, it's still whoa, this is going to take a really long time. It's going to take 2 hours. I guess that's what happens when you do aggressive methods. So I guess I'll leave this running for right now, but I might have to kill this, because if it's actually going to take 2.5 hours, I don't want to wait that long. Okay. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to try to log in. So the WordPress login page is over... WordPress WP login.php. Okay, so WordPress. I guess we could try some default credentials, admin. Or we can do admin root. or we can do. Are there standard defaults credentials for WordPress? I also like to try SQLi on login pages. To T, my best friend, could you prepare group Discord? YouTube channel is Discord page 1 to join you. I think I talked about this last time we brought this up. We currently have a Reddit page. We do not have a Discord page. So if you want to access the Reddit for HackerFrogs, you can access it from over here. And on the Reddit page, we have the schedules for our live streams and a bunch of resources for some different security topics. But we mostly use the HackerFrogs Reddit. You can also contact us by leaving comments on the YouTube lives, and that's how you would best get in contact with people over at HackerFrogs. But let's see. So let's do WordPress. Okay. So over here in WordPress, let's search for something like default credentials. Default. Okay, so admin is the name of the default admin user. So we might be able to do a brute force attack. So this is still going. Okay, so responder probably isn't going to help us in this case. Okay, So maybe we can do a brute force attack on the login page. So maybe we can search for something like WordPress brute force attack. And brute force attack login admin. Okay, so to do a brute force attack, we need to record some messages. So first of all, let's set up Burp Suite. So Burp Suite is our favorite web app testing software. After we start up Burp Suite, we're going to do a bit of testing on the website. So we're just going to go to proxy and make sure intercept is off, and then open Burp's browser. After we open up Burp's browser, we're going to navigate to TriplAdvisor on port 8080 and go to WordPress wp login.php. Okay, we're going to record username or email address is going to be admin. The password is going to be test. Okay, Simon Dante, I'm wondering which brute forcing program do you like to use? You can brute with WP scan. Oh, Pebble, hello, hey, nice to see you here. Yeah, we're doing more WordPress stuff. Actually, I thought this was going to be like a more Active Directory kind of Windows box, but this is actually a WordPress Windows box. So this isn't something I really interact with too often. So we've already got the WordPress running over here with the aggressive mode, because the aggressive mode was what got us the win on another box that was using WordPress. But what is brute? How do you do brute force with WP scan? Maybe I should look it up. For WordPress, I use WP-Scan, but otherwise I use FFUF and Hydra for brute forcing. Okay. Let's look up how to do brute force with WP-Scan. P-Scan brute force. How do you know? Should spell that correctly. Okay. So Pebble says EU to find users, and I think just W for the password list. Okay, so WP scan brute force URL passwords, and I need to indicate a user. I think these are the official docs, so they should be good. Users identified. Okay, so first of all, let's just do a users enumeration. So we're just going to do user enumeration from TriplAdvisor. Port 8080. WordPress. Password sounds right. Okay. So how do we get this to enumerate users again? Let me take a look. Okay. Here. Nope. Enumerate users. Let me copy that. So I just want to enumerate users. So I just want to make sure that there's actually that's a good idea. It's a good idea to enumerate the users before we do anything else. We're also running another WP scan enumerating vulnerable plugins via the aggressive detection over here. Of course, it's going to take a million years. And whoa, what? Are these? No. These can't be usernames. Anyways, we'll just leave this running. Man, I'm absolutely hammering this this server here. If you're interested in what this box is, this is the TriplAdvisor box from HackMyVM.eu, and you can access it from this URL over here. The WP scan, even just enumerating usernames, is taking a long time. It might be because we're sending so many scans at this. And in fact, you know what? I'm gonna stop enumerating via aggressive methods because it seems like it's a bit much. But this other tool, yeah, I'm just gonna get rid of this. So I'm going to quit out of this. I'm going to restart it. And hopefully we can get some results. After that, I can... So another fun thing about this particular box is that they've got their PHP info page exposed. So over here, PHP info, it's just all sticking out here. Yeah. Every time I see a PHP info page, I think to myself that there's probably some very important detail that is that's on this page, but I managed to miss it every single time. I might come back to this page a little bit later, but let's see what WP Scan is getting. So let's see. Admin. Okay, so there's definitely an admin user. No other users identified. No other users identified. Okay, so let's try doing brute force of the admin user. So let's look back at WP Scan passwords.txt. We can pass WP Scan the site URL, password list. Okay, so we don't need to provide a users list, strangely enough. Okay, so let's feed this. Oh, okay, so you can supply a user if you want. So maybe, okay, so we're going to supply the admin user, and we're going to passwords, and that's going to be user share wordless rocku.txt. Okay, this could take a really long time. I guess it's gonna enabling config backups. Why are we going through all this? Okay, well, I guess we'll just wait this out. Passwords.txt. So there's also port 445 associated with this box. So maybe we can do a couple of different tests on the SMB. So maybe we could do a enum for Linux. What is this? What is all this? Enum for Linux and okay. So I don't think well, let's see if we're able to get anything. Can't find workgroup at domain. Okay, so doesn't allow session using username, guest, and password. Nothing. So let's just try to see if it allows a null session. In the meantime, I can take a look at the over here. So this is still doing enumerating config backups. So I'm just going to let this do its thing. Can't find workgroup domain. No reply. Allows sessions using name. So null sessions are allowed. Could not initialize server service. NT status access denied. Okay, so we weren't able to get anything. Well, let's try netexec. So I think it'll tell us that we can. Yeah, so we are able to. Let's see if we can get shares. I don't think we're going to be able to get shares. Yeah, access denied for getting shares. Let's see if we can get users. Okay, this isn't going to get us... Don't think it's going to get us anything. Domain TriplAdvisor, name TriplAdvisor. Don't think this is returning anything for us. Let's take a look at performing password attack on XML RPC against one user. So this is going to take a long time because there's 14 million passwords in the rocku.txt list. So we're just going to leave this running. It's iterating through all of these passwords against the admin user. And it's not going very fast. So we weren't able to get usernames. We weren't able to get shares. Okay. Simon Dante says, save the login request as a text file and feed it to FFUF. Save the login request as a text file and feed it to FFUF. Yeah, we could try that. So we need to go over here. Okay, after that we can go over to Burp Suite and take a look at the history. We've got our post. Okay. Pebble says, typically a WP scan is way faster. I don't know what's wrong. It might be because this is a very old server. It's running Windows Server 2008. So I don't know. I'm not completely sure. So how do we do brute forcing with FFUF? Let's see. Then maybe we can look up a guide or something. FFUF login brute force. Okay, so start burp, make a randomized login. Okay, copy the output here. Paste the contents into a file request.txt. Okay. Go to the post request in Burp Suite, highlight all the requests, and save it to a file. Then the syntax is as follows. Okay, so let's... So the request is here. Make a file. Paste in all the stuff. FFUF request file.txt request proto http wcommon.txt mc all. Okay, let me give that a. Do we need to supply the fuzzing? Which parameters need to be fuzzed? I would suppose we would need to, but let me save this out. Then paste the contents into a file. Replace the fields with the placeholder text. Username, user fuzz, password, pass fuzz. Username, user fuzz, password, pass fuzz. Okay. So let's... So admin and password equals fuzz. Okay, so we've got fuzz for the password. Run FFUF in cluster bomb mode to brute force the login. So in this case, we don't need cluster bomb, but we do need the rest of this. This should work unless the universe is broken. Seems kind of dramatic. What are we doing? I don't know why this all copied over. Okay, so let's see. So we don't need cluster bomb. We created the request.txt file. Okay. Path to. We just need a path to the password file. Like this. Right. That's true. Cyber Dante, you're correct about the match code 200, right? Path to password file. Okay. So that would be user share word lists rocku.txt. Let's see if this works. Okay, this is also not super quick. I guess there's a limit. I guess there's a limit to how fast this can go. This server is incredibly slow. Yeah. But you know what? If it's it's racking up a bunch of errors too. Maybe I should stop. And I should just let WP scan do its thing. But it's also really slow. But yeah, okay. We're just gonna let it do its thing. Okay, so let's see if we could find some other stuff on the web app. So we've got our WordPress. So we've got search. So Cyber Dante brought up a good point that there might be SQL injection on this app. So we could try something like this. Password field is empty, so I guess we need to. Nope. Okay, so there's the possibility that this Windows machine is going to go offline after it's been online for an hour, because people who make these Windows challenges like to use what are they called? Trial versions of Windows to host their virtual machines, and after those trials end, then the machines shut down after an hour. So after an hour of uptime, the server might decide to shut off. So we're gonna keep an eye out for that. Okay. So what else could we enumerate right now? So we've got the app over here. We could take a look inside the site editor. Okay. Wait, what does it say down at the bottom here? Thanks for stopping by. Have an amazing day. Well, that doesn't help too much. Okay, so we've got our dashboard images. Restricted. There's a restricted... So another interesting thing about this app is that the Nikto scan So first of all, it told us about the WordPress. It also told, I think there's also a CGI bin directory. Where is it? Over here, CGI bin. So it's possible that we could upload scripts to this kind of directory to get some sort of remote code execution. Let's check out the directory. So WordPress, was it WordPress CGI bin or just CGI bin? It's just CGI bin. Huh, not found. Not found. Code 403. 403 is not authorized, right? Oh, access forbidden. Okay. Access forbidden. We could do a quick GoBuster scan inside the CGI bin directory. Let's see. So CGI bin, we could look for PHP files, I guess. There's a DB file. You guys have better eyes than I do. So CGI bin, thumbs.db. Let me check that out. Huh, we can download the file. I guess we should check it out. You know, this is, I got this output from Derb, and Derb is actually very useful sometimes. You know what? You know why this is the case? Because this is a very old web server. And Derb has a word list that is catered towards older web servers, I think, and that's why we get such good results with Derb with this particular web app. So let's check it out. Yeah. Okay. So let's go into our downloads directory. Composite document file document. How do we access the stuff inside? Do we just strings this? We can also exif tool this. .db files. How do we open .db files? Hold on. It's probably useless. Well, I mean, even if it's useless, it's still something to take a look at. So SQLite database files. .db files are often SQLite databases. So that we could do SQLite 3. Do I have SQLite 3? Oh, I do. Huh. I don't know SQLite commands. Dot tables. Okay, let's try that. The file is not a database. If it's not a database, why is the file extension .db? Querying the SQLite master table. Select name from... Okay, let's try this. The file is not a database. Yeah, that's weird. That's weird. Thumbs.db. Anyways, there was the CGI... The CGI bin directory. Yeah, this one. So let's do a GoBuster on it. GoBuster. Directory busting. And this way. And we're going to look for extensions. We're going to look for PHP and Perl, I guess. And we need to supply a list. So the word list is going to be, user share word lists dir buster directory list 2.3 medium. Okay, this should be pretty quick. Huh, what is this null byte? What the heck? Checkout.php, checkout.pl. This is forbidden, so we can't access these. But these endpoints exist. Okay. You added a weird MIME type when you ran exiftool. Simon and Dante, let's check that out. exiftool. Image VND. What is this? Flash PIX files, which are bitmap images stored at multiple resolutions. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So it's just they're just image files. Great. Great. Man, this is... This is a whole rabbit hole and a half. Okay, so something tells me that the brute forcing is probably not the way into here. WP content plugins editor readme.txt. What is this? Readme stable tag. Let's... Oh, okay. This is some sort of... it tells you that the PHP version is 1.1. It might be that we're looking to plugins editor 1.1 WordPress. Maybe this is a vulnerable... Maybe this is a vulnerable editor, like a plugin. So let's take a look at site editor. Okay. So this is version 1.1. You could try the I'm a Joker 403 bypass tool. If nothing else works. I've never heard of that. Version 1.1 editor. Exploit it. Okay, so I guess we need to WordPress plugin site editor 1.1 local file inclusion. This could be it. Because we plugin identified. We've got our editor. I should try investigating this. So this is the local file inclusion. This is also privilege escalation. Plugin site editor. Okay. Let's locate this file. What does this say? A local file inclusion vulnerability in the site editor plugin through 1.1.1 for WordPress allows remote attackers to retrieve arbitrary files via the AJAX path parameter. The editor extensions page builder includes AJAX short code pattern.php. Okay. Site editor, the value of the AJAX path parameter is used for including a file with PHP's require once. This parameter can be controlled by the attacker and is not properly sanitized. Okay. But by providing a specially crafted path to the vulnerable parameter, a remote attacker can retrieve the contents of sensitive files on the local system. Proof of concept. WP content. Okay. So maybe we can. What would local file inclusion look like on a Windows system? So let's see. So we got the. We actually know where some files are on the system. So we've got our PHP info, and in the PHP info we've got our loaded configuration file, which is php.ini. So we could try using local file inclusion to read this file here. But is this going to... Okay, so let's paste this in. And Pebble says, let's see Windows when INI or boot INI are often viewable. So let's try this one. If it doesn't work, then we can try something else. So it's going to be this. Okay, so let's try supplying this path. Okay, so is this the path? So if the path to the plugin is not this path, then it's not going to work. But see Windows INI, Win INI. Oh yeah, it is WordPress, right? WordPress. It gives us a 404 error message. It gives us a 404 error message, but let's try. What was the other one? C. What was the other directory? Okay, this gives us an error message. Let's change out from backslashes to slashes. Error 404. Let's see if we can give some escape characters. Okay, so this doesn't work either. So I'm not sure if this is the path we need to take. Let's take a look at the vulnerability again. WP content, plugin, site editor, extensions, paid builder, Ajax shortcode pattern, PHP. Ajax path equals. Okay, so czamp php php.ini. Okay, so this is error 404, Ajax path. What is the name? So this is index.php, or we could do index.html. Okay. But if we provide it with no path, we still get an error message. Error 404, file not found. Is this not the path? Something tells me that this is not the correct file path, because it's not giving us, it's giving us 404 for all of these. The plugins directory exists, but it's not returning anything. So plugins, site editor, does this exist? So plugin site editor also exists. Wait, no, it doesn't exist. So we can navigate to the plugins page, to the plugins directory, because it gives us a different response. But when we try to go to the site editor directory, then it gives us an error 404. So this directory does not exist. Okay, so Cyber Dante says, have a good day. I'll tune in another stream. Good luck. Thank you very much for all the help today, Cyber Dante. Let's send you out with the Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
I'll let you know if I was able to finish this without looking up a walkthrough next time. But have yourself a great day, and good luck with your bug bounty stuff going forward. Hope you're having a good time. Okay, so location, TriplAdvisor, WordPress, WP Contents, Editor. So it's just called Editor. So maybe the reason why this isn't working is because we're using the wrong file path. So instead of site editor, I should just use the path editor. So I should delete site editor here, and it might work. Okay, so this still isn't working. Let's okay, so this doesn't work. So editor works. Yeah, so editor works. Editor extensions. Does this work? Okay, so editor works. Plugins editor readme.html. So we can go ahead, maybe we can check, oh god. I aborted this by mistake. I probably wasn't going to get anywhere by brute forcing the password anyways. So let's check this out. Okay, so let's do derb. We'll just leave derb running here because it was able to locate a lot of good stuff. WordPress, yeah, it found all this WordPress stuff. Anyways, let's look over at proof of concept, WP content, plugins, site editor, extensions, page builder includes. Site editor, extensions. So we can, let's check if the extensions directory exists in here. Extensions does not exist. So this also does not exist. Page builder. I wonder if this page builder directory exists. Site editor, trunk editor extensions. It's a weird pattern. Okay, so we don't have a WP scan happening right now. Let's try WP scan. And we're not doing... We're just going to do enumerate vulnerable plugins. So what was it? Editor/editor. Where, here? What? Why does this... That's weird. Okay, so editor. Where did you see that, Pebble? I swear, you got some really good eyes. Okay, so let's see if the extensions directory exists now. I think you removed site editor instead of renaming it to just editor. You know what? Every time I do hacking, I feel like I'm getting dumber. I feel like anyways, thank you very much for that spot. Okay, site editor, right? Site editor. We renamed it from site editor to editor. Extensions page builder. Okay, let's try this out. Let's try this out. Okay, so Ajax path equals C Windows win.ini. Oh God, we've got local file inclusion. We've man, I feel anyways. When that's that thing where the thing works, but you feel dumb because it took so long for you to get there. Yeah. All right. So what can we do? We can look for credentials. Because there's WP config, right? So where's the WP config file going to be located? Let me try asking ChatGPT. So on a Windows installation of PHP of WordPress on a XAMPP stack, where would the wkey config.php file be located? Typically located in the root directory of the WordPress installation. By default, the directory is within the XAMPP file folder structure. Okay, so XAMPP http htdocs, htdocs WordPress, htdocs WordPress wp config.php. Okay, let's try this out. Okay, it exists. This exists, but it's not going to it's not going to show us the contents because it's a PHP file. You may not be able to see it, right? So yeah, we can't see it. What are some... Well, there's no... we can't really use... Can we use some sort of base64 encoding? What was it? PHP wrapper? Let's see, what is the command? Okay, it was something like local file inclusion, PHP base64. Exploiting local file inclusion using PHP wrapper, okay. What is what is it called again? Create an account. I don't want to create an account. What was it called? File equals PHP filter convert this. Right. Okay. Okay, so over here, we're going to add something else to it. Oh. So do I replace... Nope. Huh. Success, false, message error, didn't load shortcodes pattern file. Remote code execution. Zip and far wrappers. File equals far. Let me take a look at this again. Ajax path equals PHP filter convert base64 encode. Yeah, this isn't going to go through. What other files could we dump out? If we have local file inclusion on a Windows machine, what are some sensitive files we could potentially read? Okay, application and system configuration files, IIS, nope. Those don't exist. XAMPP configuration file, if running. Okay, we could try reading this one. XAMPP Apache conf httpd conf. The PHP configuration file, yeah. Okay, let's try reading this one. Okay. Ooh, okay. Well, we got it. Is there any super secret juicy stuff in here? CGI bin? Okay, so maybe this file is not super useful. Let's see. Pebble says, I wonder if dot dot slash works. If you could find index.php, I would fuzz the directory before it. If you could find index.php, I would fuzz the directory before it. So I might look for specific files first before I do fuzzing, but I might do fuzzing later if I can't find the contents of specific files. So over here, let's take a look at the php.ini file. And this code is not gonna come back to us. Okay. Fuzzing with the Windows LFI word list might speed things up as well. Yeah. Okay. Let me get an LFI list. There was a tool that I wanted to try out called LFI dump. So let's look for that. It was called LFI dump. GitHub. Yeah, this one. A simple Python script to dump remote. So LFI dump, a simple Python script to dump remote files through a local file read or a local file inclusion web vulnerability here. Okay. So if you wanted to take a look at this particular tool, you can look over here. So dump a single file, dump files from a word list. So let me clone this tool. No, we don't need this anymore. Okay, we've got some word lists over here. So it looks like these word lists are basically, these word lists are all Linux word lists. So these Linux word lists don't really help us out all that much. So we need to get a custom word list for just Windows stuff. So let's look for another word list. Actually, you know what? There might be something on Kali Linux, right? So locate LFI. So LFI graceful security windows.txt. This might be the type of list we're looking for. Yeah. This is all Windows stuff. Okay. This is probably the word list we're looking for. And let's copy it over to this directory here. Okay, so how do we use the LFI dump? Whoops. So LFI dump URL file dump directories. Okay. So Python LFI dump.py. URL is here. Okay, and let's see. D dump directory. Okay, so dump directory is going to be dump. What else do I need? I need a file, right? F for file. For file. Word lists. Okay, do I need anything else? I don't think I do. Let me make sure that there's nothing super weird inside this word list. Okay, so these are all absolute paths. There's no, yeah, okay. Okay. This is okay. Okay, so I think I provided the wrong path. Okay, let me take a look at the GitHub repository. Ooh, it's hard to look at. Here we go. So we need an example command. So example is dump a single file. We need to provide this LFI path. Okay, so let's provide that then. Okay. Like this. Okay, we got it. We got it. We've got all sorts of stuff. Didn't get us this, didn't get us this, but it got us all this other stuff. All right, now that we've... Okay, so which ones of these files is going to get us some good stuff? I guess we could grep. We could grep for usernames, or we could grep for passwords. So let's see. Windows, okay. Boot.ini. So first of all, maybe we can feed this to ChatGPT. ntusers.dat. ntusers.dat. That Anyways, let's ask ChatGPT. Of the following files, which are most likely to contain user credentials. Okay, from this list, the files most likely to contain user credentials or sensitive information include ntusers.dat. These files store user-specific settings and might contain hash credentials or other sensitive information, especially if the user's registry hive is loaded. Okay, so let's try reading the ntusers.dat. Let me get down here. cd dump C. Ooh, okay. What directory is it in? C users administrator. Okay. C users administrator. Oh, that didn't get anything. Didn't load shortcodes pattern. Are these all going to give us this message? Because if that's the case, that sucks. Yeah. Okay, so there's obviously something still wrong with what's going on. So cd XAMPP Apache bin. Those 72B are all errors, I assume. Yeah, I guess that's the case. But this one came back different file size, so maybe I can get some of these. So 72. Yeah, everything that came back 72 bytes are all going to be error messages. But etc hosts win.ini Windows. Okay, so this did come back. This did come back. So some of the stuff was okay. Some of the stuff... Which of these things that came back without errors? Etc hosts. So etc hosts, don't know. All this stuff does not work. We got an error accessing this. httpd.conf. Wait, we already took a look at this. It wasn't super relevant. config.inc.php. This came back. XAMPP php myadmin. Let's try this one. What was that directory? XAMPP php myadmin. Okay. C XAMPP phpMyAdmin. All these directories, geez. It's little c, not capital C. Yeah. I need to pay attention to that. Okay. Oh, hey, okay. Not useful. Okay, what else do we have? Send mail. Etc. hosts. lmhosts.sam. lmhosts.sam. Services. Windows update log. Could that be relevant? Drivers, etc. hosts. Windows win.ini. Wait, wasn't there supposed to be a win.ini in here? Oh, WinNT. No. C Windows win.ini. This Windows, well, we might as well take a look at this Windows update log. Something tells me that this isn't super useful. So I just need to pay attention to everything that isn't 72 bytes, because all of these 72 bytes ones are error messages. What about inside the XAMPP directory? So Apache, htdocs, phpMyAdmin. Pebble says, I would try to fuzz those forbidden directories from earlier. /dashboard. /dashboard. Okay. So over here. So this is just, let's see, WordPress dashboard. Dashboard redirects to WordPress, to the login page over here. Okay, I think if we just look in the right place, because we've already dumped a lot of files, I want to spend a bit of time looking through all these files to make sure that there's not something that there's something that we can. something we can use. I probably want to do some grep. So grep recursive looking for the pattern something something in the current directory. So maybe if I were to look for password, useful files from LFI are almost always in the web root. So the web root is, I mean, there is a, we actually know what the web root is. Because we've got this PHP info. Server root is /XAMPP/Apache. So let's take a look at XAMPP Apache. We got the Baden and conf directories. Yeah, that was a bust. This, I'm not sure how we can use this information. So let me get out to the root of here. So okay, there's a password in here, maybe. So let's try catting out that file. You'd use FFUF there. This doesn't exist. Oh no, wait. Need to add this. Okay, so what is this? Oh, nothing. It's nothing. Thank you. Alright. FFUF. I want to try grepping for a few more things. So grep password, grep DB for database, hpconf services. We can try looking for webroot fuzz, let's see, what LFI, probably LFI for some sort of LFI WordPress, right? But the problem is we can't read any of those PHP files. Okay, maybe we should try looking for a WordPress. Let's see, locate WordPress. Actually, let's just locate the LFI. So we've got actually, let's do capitalized. So LFI, all this stuff over here. Maybe we can try looking online for an LFI WordPress. LFI WordPress list. Okay, a big list of useful LFI paths. There's just one list. Okay, well, this doesn't seem very WordPress specific. I'm looking for something that's WordPress specific. Leveraging LFI to get full compromise on WordPress sites. Okay. WP. You know, the question is, what WordPress files are not PHP files? Okay, htaccess. htaccess. Huh. This file often contains server configuration rules. Okay, well, we can try accessing htaccess. So the web root is where? The web root is C Apache. ht.ht access. Okay, that didn't quite go. .ht access. Whoops. .env. Backup files. So debug.log. JSON files, XML files, INI files. While not specific to WordPress, these can exist in WordPress environments and might reveal server-level configurations. Plain text files. Okay. Let's see. So yeah, we've got the web root here. It's XAMPP Apache, but what word list should we use? LFI file fuzzing. So there's also this htdocs directory. What is this lear.txt? It's weird. Let's see, Mercury Mail, MySQL. SendMail, Webalizer. So let's see. PHP INI is not it. These are all Can you read logs? Yeah, we can. I'm pretty sure those files were in the LFI word list. Let's see, Apache. Logs access.log or error.log. No, those returned an error. I wonder what the error was. Let's check this out. Yeah, this returns nothing. I'm not sure. Well, we've got this etc host file in here. Maybe I can. It's a pretty big file. Maybe I can take a look in there and see if there's anything interesting. So C system32 drivers etc hosts. So this stuff, what is this? File contains, okay. So the host file over here isn't going to give us anything super interesting. LM hosts SAM. This is just a list of different services and ports. Okay, well, Okay, so man, I'm gonna have to call it pretty soon. This is probably a box I'm gonna be looking at after dinner. But we do have all of this. We've got a lot of stuff that we'd look through because of local file inclusion. Setup act, log. So if I could find, man, I really wish I could read those PHP files. If I could read those PHP files, then we would be, then there's all sorts of good stuff we could look at. Maybe we'll just ask, we have local file inclusion on a CTF server. Want to read PHP files, but the PHP engine isn't letting us. Is there to read the PHP files if the LFI URL path is the following? If the PHP engine prevents direct reading of PHP files through local file inclusion, you can exploit LFI to read server-side files indirectly. Since you already have LFI and include files like access logs, you may use the following techniques to read PHP source code indirectly. Log poison. Oh yeah, right. That's what Pebble was asking about because of log poisoning. Inject PHP code into logs you can control HTTP requests to the server and include in the poisoned log file. This. Right. Access the URL, LFI URL pointing to the poison access log. Wrapper scheme. So I want to try. It looks like it might be, but I'm not able to use these wrappers because I don't have the right syntax. Modify the LFI parameter to include the PHP filter wrapper. Okay, so I'm going to check one more time if this is going to work. Shibito Sono, I'm always so late. Hello, nice to see you in YouTube chat. We're just trying to take advantage of some local file inclusion that we found on this app. It's index.php. Let's see, do you mess around with NAS type stuff? If so, have you seen HexOS? HexOS, I haven't heard of it before. It's not it's not something I know, unfortunately. Let's see if we can use the PHP filter over here, the wrapper rather. What is NAS and what is HexOS? Can you why don't you tell me a little bit about it? Okay, so that's not working. Log content inclusion. Include the log. Let's see. Network attached storage, NAS. Logs, access log. No, so I'm not too sure about NAS, or what is Hex OS? Can you tell me a little more about that? Yeah, can't access this access log, unfortunately. Error logs. Double encoding. If file path is sanitized or filtered, try bypassing the restrictions using double encoding. What is double encoding? I don't think this is the case, but just for fun, we can try it out. Nope. Look for backup files. wconfig.php.back.php.old. Ensure that the target file paths exist. Common WordPress paths and XAMPP setups include HP Talks, WordPress. If you encounter permission issues, focus on logs or files that the web server process can read. Okay. What was it? Here. Okay, so index.php definitely, it exists. But okay, so what did Pebble say? Pebble said we should probably try to, man, if only, what about some WordPress logs? Are there WordPress logs, or am I barking up the wrong tree? Are there logs specific to WordPress? Or do they all fall under the Apache Software's logs? If debugging is enabled in this, WordPress generates its own debug logs. WP content debug.log. Okay, that didn't work. All right, everybody. It's getting a bit late, and I don't like to end my streams super late because it kind of screws up the rest of my evening. So what I'm going to do is I'm gonna call it for now. We managed to find the local file inclusion vulnerability on the box, and I'm probably going to be taking a look at this box some more after I finish my dinner. But let's find someone that we can raid. So a really good resource for finding people who do streaming for InfoSec and cybersecurity is this website right here called infosecstreams.com. And Pebble, thank you very much for all of your help. I don't think I would have been able to spot some of those details without your help. So thank you very much to good contributors like Pebble and people like CyberNerd Dante. Always fun. HackSmarter is on. So HackSmarter is he's doing TryHackMe's Advent of Cyber stuff, and HackSmarter is also a very good channel for cybersecurity education himself. So let's take a look at how long he's been streaming here. But before we go, let's do one last Hack the Planet. Oh, thank God for ads.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
So this is a long... Okay. So let's see. He's been on for 12 minutes. Okay, this is a good time to raid. And everybody, please, when you arrive at HackSmarter's channel, please give this raid message. Hip hop hack. Like this. Okay, let's start the raid. Thank you very much to everybody for watching. And we're going to be back on Friday, and we're going to be doing our last hack of the week. Until then, have a great time, and have fun with HackSmarter's channel.